Tribune.
Ontogeny.
Dirter. Dir.
Tribune.
That belongs in a museum.
Tribune.
Glue is cheap. Glue is cheap.
Tribune.
What?
Tribune.
Dirter.
Ontogeny.
Dirter.
Tribune. Tribune.
Dirter.
Well, hello, everybody, and welcome back to Paleontologizing. It is so good to have you here today. We've got an extra special announcement that I cannot wait to share with you. Power Pup and Kazuya, thank you for the follows. Appreciate those. Welcome, welcome. If anybody's here for the first time, like I presume you two are, let me introduce myself real quick. My name is Danny Anduzo. I'm a dinosaur paleontologist. You probably know already that a paleontologist is a scientist who studies fossils. Dinosaurs are the fossils that I focus on. Dinosaurs are what I study, what I publish on in the scientific literature, what I dig up during the summers, and I live stream that fieldwork here on Twitch, just like I'm live streaming now. This is from my office in the San Francisco Bay Area, but during the summers, I broadcast live from the field, digging up dinosaurs. Live. I might be doing some other field work closer to home and streaming that, but we're going to leave that announcement for later. On today's stream, we're going to be going over our Twitch recap, which I'm excited about. Just showed up this morning. We'll do some Q&A as it arises. And then we'll get into our very special announcement. Holy cow, it's been over a year that I've been sitting on this, waiting to announce it, and oh man, I can't wait. I have been waiting, and now I don't have to anymore. So we're going to get to that in a little bit. We'll let a few more people trickle in and see what questions we get, too. The bread and butter of our streams here is Q&A, questions and answers. These broadcasts are my means of science outreach. This is how I talk to regular folks about fossils, about natural history, about evolution, extinction, biodiversity, about our connection to this grand and beautiful story of living things on our planet Earth. So if you've got questions, not just about dinosaurs might be what I study, but if you've got questions about broader topics, about the history of life on Earth, about natural selection, about the philosophy of science, whatever, don't hesitate with those questions. Please do not hesitate with those questions, because that's why I'm here. These streams are how I make my living, believe it or not. I think it's fair to say that I'm this is very specific, but the world's first full-time live streaming paleontologist. I've been lucky enough to be able to carve out my own niche like this, and yeah, here we are. It's a privilege to be able to bring science outreach to you 4 days a week, and to be assisted in that endeavor by Sweetie Pie right here, who's herself endeavoring to push the camera around. Why are you doing that, Sweetie Pie? Why are you doing that? Oh, Sweetie Pie. She loves that spring on the side of the camera arm. Is it a good texture? Do you like that? Yeah. Oh. Sweetie Pie thinks we are not here to see you, so camera must move. Yeah, she is kind of intent on interrupting the proceedings at times. Pinen84, thank you for the follow. Welcome, welcome. It is good to have you here. Holy cow. Yeah. That's your most used emote? Really, Zode? Well, that's wonderful. Holy cow. Yeah. Anyway, yeah. And hi to you too, Power Pup. Hello. How are you doing? Welcome to Paleontologizing. Yeah. Holy cow. How is everybody? Let's go through the chat and see who is here. Claire Burr and Golganek. Forza. PyroKitties Tavern, Alexander Morrison. I believe Matnum33 and Kodali were first again today, as they often are. I think they might show up in the recap, too. Eminette, how are you doing? Hello. Cosmic Voyager, greetings to you also. I hope you're having a good day. Ms. Yvette and Grim Deviant. Scient Streams, Balint, I hope you're having a wonderful day. It's good to see you. Jaded Fairy, hello. Fall Machine, what's shaken? Kawaii Sapod, hello. Cirque, Says Brontosaurus Rex. You know, it was the 70s. You know? That's a real song, though, by the way. The Dinosaur Song by Johnny Cash is genuine. That is not made up. It's off his 1975 children's album, The Dinosaur Song. Johnny Cash official site. There we go. Yeah. Haley Berry, how are you doing? Halle Berry, rather. Hello, hello. Eki and Rilo Rolo. Otter Do It. Hello, hello, Otter Do It. This is my top channel on the Twitch recap, says Otter Do It. Wonderful. We're gonna take a look at that in just a minute. I almost have a degree in paleontology with those numbers. Yeah, Otter. It's good to have you here. Thank you for being such a loyal viewer. I appreciate that very much. But yeah. And Forza says, Danny, let's say the Jurassic Park becomes viable and they're ready to start making dinosaurs. Would you be in favor or not? I would be in favor, and I'll tell you why. It's an answer that it's context dependent, I guess, in the sense that my thinking, why it's a definite yes, why I would be in favor of a Jurassic Park happening, is that that's such a technological and science moonshot that there would be so many other things that would have had to go right in our society in order for that to even be possible. That would kind of necessitate that we're living in kind of a Star Trek future rather than a Mad Max future, you know? Right now I feel like in our present time, 2024, there's a fork in the road right here. We can go Star Trek, or we can go Mad Max. And in your question, if you say, assuming that Jurassic Park was possible, that to me says that we're on the Star Trek path. Like, it's Star Trek future. And so, yeah. Does that make sense? That means that we've got our stuff pretty much figured out as a species. If we're able to resurrect Mesozoic dinosaurs via genetic technology. Does that make sense? So yeah. But yeah. Info that schools don't bother to. Yeah, there you go, Alexander Morrison. Yeah, absolutely. I'm so glad you're here. Yeah. Let's see. Mustache Mike, hello to you. Squiggles to Gabo, Cosmic Seekin, John Pob, hello, welcome back. Dinosaur Facts says, Sweetie, yeah, Sweetie Pie is eager to be here today. You excited for the special announcement too? Yeah. Who else have we got? Lilith Hobo, hello. Yeah. Scrolling. Make away, going with Star Trek. Oh yeah. Yeah, absolutely. Here. In honor of that, let's grab a tune here.
Wow, it's not the dinosaur we knew. Just look at that thing.
Nomad Soul, thank you for the 5 months of support. I really appreciate that. Thank you for that. Excellent. I appreciate that, Nomad Soul. Thanks for the Prime. Thanks for keeping me here on the air. Yeah. And Thing says, I broke my best friend this week when she learned that birds are dinosaurs and lizards are not. Now she'll be tuning in for part of Thursday Birds Day. Excellent Thing. Appreciate you spreading the good news about that. Appreciate you, Thing. It's good to see you. I hope you've been doing well. Hope your week is going well. Dasher Fernando, hello. Casey Snowart, excited for the big announcement? Me too. Holy cow. Yeah. Emerald Tiger 360 says, lovely cat. Thank you. She definitely makes a better door than she does a window. To use, real dad phrase there. But yeah. And Red Wagon says, is it a ragdoll cat? No, Sweetie Pie is like a domestic long hair. I don't know what in particular she is, but she's very sweet. Hello, hello, Yogurt Garrel.
Ontogeny.
Thank you for being one of my top 5 most watched streamers.
Thank you, Yogurt
The
Garrel.
knowledge you've shared with us on Twitch means the world.
I really appreciate that. Your support means the world. 42 months. Holy cow, Yogurt Garrel. Do I appreciate that. Thank you, thank you. And,
I'll tell you another
oh, holy cow. Displacer. Yeah.
250 a million years ago.
Or 16 months ago.
Great big gruesome creature
At tier 2, Displacer.
began to grow and grow.
Thank you for that ongoing support. That is tremendous. I appreciate it very, very much. Tier 2 is impressive. Thank you for supporting science outreach here on Twitch. It means a lot. Keeps me going, and I appreciate that. Yeah. Anywho. And I'm sorry to hear that thing. I hope your week improves. That's lousy. Shoot. And let's see here.
Oh, what time and oh, what fun. Playing tag with you, iguanodon.
Thank you, Golganak, for the 100 bits. Ah, we got Hype Train going. Beautiful. And let's celebrate with some treats for Sweetie Pie, shall we? Sweetie, is it treat time for you? What do you think? Time for some treats? Yeah, I think so. I think it might be. Let's get some treats for you, huh? Yeah. Ooh. Yeah. Courtesy of Claire Berg. Claire, thank you again. Really appreciate you sending these. Sweetie Pie definitely appreciates it too. Holy moly. Your mom couldn't resist. I appreciate. Tell her I appreciate that, Claire. And so does Sweetie Pie. Look at that very satisfied cat there. Holy cow. Good stuff. Excellent. Yeah, wonderful. Eddie Scarin says, what's your favorite hadrosaur? Ooh, good question. Heptacularaptor. Thank you for the 26 months of support.
Ontogeny.
I appreciate that very, very much. Holy cow. Thank you, Heptacularaptor, for keeping me here on the air the past 26 months. That's wonderful. Yeah, good stuff. Excellent. Well, there you go, Sweetie Pie. Oh, and there she goes. Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, Sweetie Pie. She got what she was after, and she's skedaddled. Fair enough. Let's see. Eddie Scarn wanted to know favorite hadrosaur. What's your favorite hadrosaur, chat? Favorite duck-billed dinosaur? Mine doesn't have a name yet. It doesn't have a name yet. But I've helped excavate it in the Almond Formation of western Wyoming. Let's find a video. Let's see here. Is this at Skull Ridge or was this at the T-Bone site? Looks like Skull Ridge.
He never ended up collecting it. So we found...
Oh no, this is from this past year. This is the Barnum Brown
It had already
site.
been dug. The sediment was really loose, and there was an old rusty bucket here that shows that someone had been here long before us.
Yeah.
And we suspect it was old Barnum Brown. And there's the man himself. Barnum Brown. Around this same time, this would have been close to 1937, I think, this photograph was taken. There he is with a big old rib.
Yeah.
And his field garb.
Just posted a short about Brown. Did you, Claire? Excellent.
Whoever lived, he discovered Tyrannosaurus Rex, for instance. One of the most famous of the 20th century dinosaur paleontologists.
Anyhow, if I scoot back a little bit, we might get to... Here we go.
Good to see you. Thanks. Yeah. Feeling better? Yeah. Awesome. Cool, cool, cool. Yeah. So for those just joining us, we're here in western Wyoming digging up a duck-billed dinosaur.
Yep.
And making some excellent progress, I think.
Probably kind of similar to, like,
How long do you think this
Crinosaurus.
is going to take, Luke? I remember you saying this earlier.
I am still optimistic that we can get a big jacket on this whole thing, the big main thing, by the end of the day tomorrow.
So
He
like
was
this
correct.
part over here with the dennery?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Luke really pulled off a miracle
Nice.
here. It was awesome.
Little jackets over here for these elements.
Mm-hmm.
We have a
Yeah.
little bit more work to do here, as the surface is kind of eroding off of these big sandstone blocks.
Uh-huh.
Gets pretty flaky down here, and there's some pretty, I don't know if it's poorly preserved bone, but definitely not as nice as some of the stuff on the surface. So
Right.
we're taking our time collecting.
There's some really pretty stuff in here,
Once we
including
wrap
part of a
that up,
skull.
and we get to the rest of the sandstone contact,
We'll see what's in there, yeah.
we'll see what's in there, and
Yeah.
it should be good to
Awesome.
collect.
Anyway, I'll give you a link if you'd like to watch the rest of that VOD. There you go. Second favorite hadrosaur, or maybe favorite hadrosaur that's been named so far, would have to be Probrachylophosaurus. This critter right here. Probrachylophosaurus is a really, really neat duck-billed dinosaur because of what it represents. Also, it was named by a friend of mine, Liz Friedman Fowler. Here's me and Liz at SVP this past year. Let's see. Yeah, there's me and Denver Fowler and Liz Friedman Fowler. Liz is a duck-billed dinosaur expert, and she named Probrachylophosaurus. Probrachylophosaurus is really cool because it represents an anagenetic lineage, it seems. It seems to have evolved into Brachylophosaurus. So this is one of those rare instances where we can actually watch one dinosaur species or genus evolve into another, so to speak. Pretty cool. So it's got a smaller kind of paddle-shaped crest on its head there that the arrows are pointing to than Brachylophosaurus does. It's found just below it, stratigraphically, and it seems like every indication is that this animal evolved into Brachylophosaurus. Over the course of 1.5 million years, that paddle-like crest extends over the temporal fenestrae like this, which is really cool. You know, it represents something really exciting.
Or herbivores had as many as 2,000 teeth in their jaws at one time.
There we go. Probrachylophosaurus would have as well. Darth Goof, thank you for the 39 months of support. Holy cow, do I appreciate that. Thank you, thank you. So yeah. Good stuff. Good stuff. And Gimplake says, if you ever name dinosaurs, please make it something easy to say or remember. Probrachylophosaurus might not be the easiest one to say, but it is easy to remember if you know who Brachylophosaurus is. I really like the name Probrachylophosaurus because it's... You're gonna laugh. You're gonna laugh when I say that it's simple. The name Probrachylophosaurus is simple. I know. Yeah. But it is. It delivers what it promises. As Charlie's Dragon would say, it is what it says on the box, you know? It seems like a precursor to Brachylophosaurus, so it is Probrachylophosaurus. Before Brachylophosaurus is what the name means. So it's descriptive, there you go. And Brachylophosaurus, the name means short-crested lizard. Pro-Brachylophosaurus means before the short-crested lizard, when the crest is even shorter, actually. But anyway, if you want to read about it, here is a lovely link right there from the Species New to Science blog. Pro-Brachylophosaurus was published back in 2015. And here's some lovely art by paleo artist John Conway depicting it there. Almost reminds me of like a fancy coffee from a fancy coffee shop. That crest right there, doesn't it? You know what I mean? Yeah. You seeing it? You seeing it? Yeah. Good stuff. But yeah, the fanciest of coffee, and the most scientifically important. Casey Snowhorn, yes. Yes. Anywho. And loaf, not loaf, to be clear, says Science Streams. Tomato, potato. You could say loaf, you could say loaf. Yeah. Loaf or loaf, that means crest in presumably Latin. Could be Greek, though. But yeah, Paleo Bean Brew. I like that, Casey Snowhorn. Yeah. Oh, you meant the spelling. Oh, gotcha. Well, either way, you know? People say Dilophosaurus, people say Dilophosaurus. Which is interesting. I'm kind of a pronunciation hypocrite there. I say Pro-Brachylophosaurus, but I say Dilophosaurus. Even though that's the same root word in both of them. Loaf or loaf means crest. You know, tomato, potato. Take it from me. Take it from a paleontologist. It doesn't really matter that much how you pronounce a name like that, as long as people know what you're talking about. You know? Darth Tarkanis, thank you for the 45 months of support. I'm not sure where the alert is. It's taken a minute here. Oh, is that because I had the alerts turned off on this view, so it delayed? Anyway, Darth Tarkanis, I appreciate your ongoing support. Let me give you a custom alert here. Here we go. Thank you, Dark Tarkanis, for the 45 months of support. I appreciate you. Anyway. Yeah. But yeah. I feel like there was another thing I was going to respond to in the chat. Where was it? Why not pre-Brachylophosaurus? It's the same root word, pro and pre. One might be Latin, one might be Greek. I'm not sure. But good question, Powerpop. Yeah, it means the same thing. Think of it as pre-Brachylophosaurus. It could have also been proto-Brachylophosaurus, but that's not as... That might also be a Latin versus Greek conflict there. Or... It might just have been one extra syllable we don't need, you know? Anywho. Jody Fish says, I have a question. Do you know, let's say a velociraptor got a sickle-shaped claw, trim like a modern bird, would be a lot of loss of blood? I'm not sure I know what you mean, Mizavet. Claw trim. Oh, here. I think I know what you mean. You're wondering if, So, if you're trimming the claws on an animal and you draw blood, that's because you've trimmed them way too short.
What are dinosaurs?
And Jacob Janssen Studios, thank you for the follow. Jakob Janssen Studios, did I say it right? Welcome to the channel. Thanks for following. When we look at... Here we go. A dromaeosaur like Velociraptor, or like this guy from New Mexico, I think. If you're drawing blood when you trim a claw, that means that you're actually getting into you're cutting it too deep. So a claw like this is going to have what we call a blood groove. Let's look at baryonyx, for instance. If I had more time, I'd go get my baryonyx claw. But you see that groove running down it? This right here, that groove right there, that's what we call a nutrient groove or a blood groove. And so in life, you know, this part is all bone right here. And then it would have been sheathed with a layer of keratin over the top of it, like that. And so that groove right there is for blood vessels to carry blood to help the keratin grow and to support it with nutrients and everything else. So if you're drawing blood while you're cutting claws on like your cat or something, you're doing it wrong. Like, figure out what you're doing first before you hurt the poor cat. Because what you're doing is you're cutting into, you know, beyond where the keratin is, and you're actually making the poor animal bleed. So anyway, that's a blood groove right there. Does that answer your question, Miss Yvette? I hope it does. Gay Hibiscus says, I just saw the news, so happy you'll be moving to study plants and the fungi? Sorry, not wrong, not correct, Gay Hibiscus. We'll be getting into the announcement in a bit, once I finish with these questions and once we do the Twitch recap. But yeah. And struck to the quick, so to speak. There you go, Alexander Morrison, yeah. Yeah. Anywho, not wrong, not correct. It's so incorrect, it wasn't even wrong. Yeah. I cut my cat's nails twice a month. Yeah, Ziff. Here. Let's see if I can find a resource for you. Yeah. There we go.
Show you how to trim your cat's nails. The first thing I want you to think about is the earlier you start with this, the better accepting your cat's going to be of it. So the first thing you want to do is try to think of it in terms of going through it slowly. You're going to want to try to trim one nail if you're out.
There we go.
And if you look at each nail, it gets very, very narrow and sharp at the end of it.
Very patient cat here.
It starts to come in towards the body, and then it starts to widen. The place where you really want the nail out, and then I'll just put my trimmers around the nail and give it a little clip.
Aww,
you'll notice that
what a brave cat.
Tried to use her back leg to get my hand away.
Anyhow, there's a link there in the chat for you. Yeah. And Eddie Scarn says, if Dilophosaurus had feathers, could it display aggressively like a rooster? Sure, I don't see why not. We don't know whether or not they had feathers. We do know that they had some kind of impressive display feature on their heads. That's why they've got those crests. But whether that was accompanied by feathers, we're not sure. Yeah. And Rosanne says, so it's a big move down under to study upside down fossils. Not quite, Rosanne, but I like your creativity there. No, it is definitely something closer to home, and something related to our background today. Again, we'll get into it in a little bit. I've got a whole video about it. Oh, man. Yeah. Anywho, let's get into our Twitch recap, shall we? Oh, but first, let's do a quick screenshot for Blue Sky here. So what I'm gonna do is I'm just gonna smile for the camera, and we'll take a screenshot, and we'll put it up on Blue Sky. Ready? Alright, let's see if that's any good. Do this before I forget. Who's texting me? Oh, and hello, Mini Pie. How are you doing? Hi, hi. Maybe we'll take a screenshot with you, huh? You want to look at the camera? Oh. Hello, hello, Mini. Alright, let's do 400 DPI. Paste. That didn't work. Although that might still be good. I think that's workable. We'll just use that. Sorry, Minnie, you were slightly too late. Or, here, let's see. Wanna look at the camera? Hey. What are you doing? There we go. Alright, let's see if this is any good. Oh man, I look goofy there. Let's try that again. Let's try that again, Mini Pie. Yeah. There we go, that'll work. Let's use that, shall we? Yeah. Save. There we go. I'll open up the old blue sky here. Well, thank you for the new follows. I appreciate that. Alright. Upload that pic. Stepping on the keyboard, Mini Pie. Twitch.tv/Paleontologizing. Post. I don't know if we're gonna do... I gotta keep some momentum here. I don't know if we're gonna do alt text today. And here is a link. The post right there. Grab that. There it is in the chat. Excellent. Yeah, muy. Golganek, that's great. Muy. Sí, claro que sí. Oh, muy chivo. Muy preciosa. Muy chiva, lo siento. Mini Pie. Oh. You're so sweet when you want treats. You know that? You know that? Yeah. I announced that. Oh, very funny, DMWing. That's not what it is. Believe me, it's something even cooler than that, honestly. Yeah. Alright. Time for treats? Time for treats? Alright, let's make it happen, huh? Oh, getting vocal, are we? Oh, holy cow. My goodness. Kit Boga. Holy cow. I really appreciate the raid here. Welcome to Paleontologizing, everybody. Holy cow. We are just about to deliver some treats to this very hungry cat. But welcome, everybody. Welcome to Paleontologizing. Holy cow.
Kidboga is bringing the beat along with their 3,149 raiders.
Truly impressive raid there.
Science ever done for us? TV off.
Mini Pie, I'm sorry, you're just gonna have to wait a minute here. But welcome, everybody. Kit Boga, I hope you had a phenomenal stream.
Is a slow process.
I hope you're able to really bring justice
with many dramatic fossil discoveries
to the people and, you know, really ruin some scammers' day. I really appreciate you bringing everybody in here.
Science ever done for us? TV off.
What I'm gonna do here briefly is I'm gonna turn off our alerts right here, just so that we don't get completely completely steamrolled by those. Welcome, everybody. My name is Danny Anduza. I'm a dinosaur paleontologist. I'm here on Twitch trying to do some good old-fashioned science outreach. We've got a very, very exciting announcement today, and you are here in time for that. We're going to get to that in just a couple of minutes, actually. We're going to kind of rework our schedule a little bit. But welcome. Again, my name is Danny. I work on dinosaurs. Dinosaurs are what I study, what I publish on in the scientific literature, what I dig up during the summers. We were streaming a whole bunch of fieldwork this past summer in Wyoming and Utah, digging up dinosaurs live on stream. Science outreach is what I do full-time. This is how I make my living. I am pretty passionate about fossils, about the history of life on Earth, about dinosaurs in particular. And, yeah, I'm here to bring that to you.
Hi.
Here's some clips from,
There you go.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
This is from one of our duckbill dinosaur dig sites this past summer.
Yeah.
Got a new species of duckbill dinosaur.
The crew.
Are Butters alien? Dinosaurs alien, says Butterface. They are not. No. They're very much Earth creatures. Yeah.
Very nice. Yeah, we used to call those plaster grenades when I was with the Museum of the Rockies. Yeah.
They are nice. I do love a Gypsona.
Yeah. So it's like a self-contained medical bandage.
Anyhow, yeah.
Diz is living for supporting the channel on Ko-Fi. I appreciate that.
Anywho,
Back east in places like Wyoming, Utah, Colorado.
They were very much Earth creatures, am I right? This is true, Pink Boots. Yes, yes. Anyway, shoot, thank you so much, Kit Boga, for the raid. I really, really appreciate it. If you'd like to hear more, but what was I going to say there? Talking about the Bureau of Land Management?
A lot of guff for doing what they do, but they're trying to balance all these different interests.
Anywho, yeah, we've got so many cool new people here from the wonderful Kit Boga. I've got just the video to show everybody, to kind of introduce you to the channel, to tell you what this is all about, explain why in the world a paleontologist is here on Twitch. So, I know you've got questions. Hang on to them for just a minute, everybody. I'd be happy to answer them. But for right now, let me introduce you to a good friend of ours, somebody we like to call Previously Recorded Danny, who's currently sneaking up behind me right now. I'm going to leave you in his very capable hands for just a minute here, and he'll tell you what this whole enterprise is all about. So without further ado, Previously Recorded Danny, take it away.
Thanks, present day Danny. You know, people ask me all the time, Danny, how did you first get interested in paleontology? And I've always been interested in fossils from the earliest time I can remember, particularly dinosaurs. My parents like to say that I decided I wanted to become a paleontologist pretty much the moment I realized I couldn't grow up to be a dinosaur. And believe me, I tried.
I was born and raised in the San Francisco Bay Area, which is a lovely place to grow up. Except that we haven't got any dinosaur fossils here. So right after high school, I packed up and moved to Montana, one of the best places in the world to find dinosaurs. Just a couple days after I arrived in Montana, I started working at the lab at Museum of the Rockies and the paleontology program founded by Jack Horner. Jack's done a lot of amazing things in his career, but you may know him as the scientific advisor on the movie Jurassic Park.
You consulted on that movie.
I did consult on all those movies.
And they said the guy, Alan Grant, was you.
Yes. Yeah, well, fortunately, he didn't get eaten.
But we wanted a credible resource that could back up several theories that we were sort of expounding. And one was that dinosaurs eventually evolved into birds.
And even the word raptor means bird of prey.
And that's something that Jack Horner believes in and could defend if necessary. And Jack Horner became our credibility.
It was in this program that Jack built that I learned how to be a dinosaur paleontologist and how to think outside the box. I've done work at a number of other museums around the American West, helping to prep fossils, design exhibits, and educate visitors. I did a fair bit of eclectic fieldwork in various places, identifying and collecting early Cretaceous dinosaur tracks on the Idaho border, Sphenodontian fossils in the gravelly range of the Rocky Mountains, Cenozoic fishes in western Nevada. But most of my work out in the field was with Dr. Denver Fowler, who is now curator of the Badlands Dinosaur Museum. In all, I've worked probably a few hundred sites throughout the late Cretaceous of Montana, and the Hell Creek and Judith River formations, digging up dinosaurs. Lots and lots and lots of dinosaurs. And from time to time, that work has even garnered some media attention.
Montana's news leader.
5 paleontologists are excavating what looks to likely be a new species of armored dinosaur.
We found its head, we found parts of its armor and plates, and so it should be a new species.
And much like my fieldwork, my research focuses on dinosaurs.
I'm particularly interested in their behavioral functional morphology. All these bizarre anatomical features that certain dinosaurs had, I want to know what they used them for. Right now, I'm working on a study on spinosaurs.
All right, but don't ask me too much about that because it's still a project in the works and I can't give away too much just yet till it's published.
But anyway, a couple years ago I realized that things were definitely headed downhill in Montana. So I packed up and headed back to the West Coast.
And I've become kind of fed up with all the bullshit in academia, so I found myself another job.
I am now a teacher in early childhood education. And let me tell you, it's been a natural fit since day one. Now, given that I get to design the curriculum, my students now know more about biology, classification, and the history of life on Earth than most adults do. I've been helping raise a new generation of young scientists. Then, coronavirus hit. In mid-March, when all the schools shut down in San Francisco, I started holding classes over Zoom, and we picked up right where we left off. 1, 2, 3. I love digging in the dirt with just a pick and brush. Finding fossils is my aim, and so I'm never in a rush because the treasures that I see are rare and ancient things like velociraptors' jumps or Archaeopteryx's wings, and all the kids who wanna see them lining up at our museum. I am a paleontologist. That's who I am. That's who I am. That's who I am. I am a paleontologist. That's who I am. 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 I realized that I really enjoy teaching remotely. So back in May, I decided to try streaming on Twitch. And here we are.
This is my passion, and now I get to share it with you. And what could be cooler than that?
I believe that scientists ought to be public servants. Ultimately, it's our job not just to make scientific discoveries, but to teach the public about them. That's exactly what I want to do here. Now, because of COVID-19, this will be my first summer in almost 10 years with no fieldwork. I'm trying to look on the bright side, though. It's not all bad. At least I have more time for outreach. And I've got plenty of cool stuff to work on. And if you could throw some support my way by subscribing, I'd be incredibly grateful.
So anyway, if you are new here, you should be pretty well clued in by now. And I'm glad you're here. I hope you're having a good time. Anyway, let's see what present-day Danny has cooked up for us. All right, present-day Danny, back to you.
Well, thank you very much, previously recorded Danny. And of course, thank you even more to Kit Boga. Really, really appreciate that. Enormous rate in this. Honestly, this helps a lot with my mission of science outreach and education. I know Twitch is not a platform that's super well known for educational content. But yeah, I and a few other scientists who are here on Twitch are trying to change that. Thank you for helping us with that, Kit Boga. I really appreciate it. And welcome, Kit Boga's community. Mini Pie. This cat is going nuts right now. We need to pacify her with some treats. So let's do that.
It's a dinosaur. And this is a dinosaur too.
And we got to turn the alerts off on this one too so we don't get swamped. There we go. But thank you for the follows, everybody. Holy cow. Alright, Mini Pie. There we go. Gotta pay my landlord here. There we go. There we go. Dental treats for Mini Pie.
This is Laura Dern.
And why are we getting...
Digging up dinosaurs is hard and frustrating work.
There we go. We had 2 alert sources in this scene. Let's get rid of one of those, shall we? Remove. Yes. Alright. And yeah, there you go, Mini Pie. Sometimes she just swallows these whole. They're dental treats. They're supposed to be good for her teeth. So, anyway, it's so good to have everybody here. You've come in on honestly, an excellent time. Normally, I would be doing Q&A left and right here. Just, you know, answering everybody's fossil science questions. But we've got a really important announcement to make. A project that I've had to be a little bit hush-hush about for over a year at this point. I'm really excited to finally be able to share it with you. So we'll be getting to that in just a minute here. And QSbot says, it's kind of weird how everyone just thinks Twitch is for gaming. I mean, that is a big part of, you know, the Twitch brand and everything, but there's also science here on Twitch. If I could take this opportunity to give a big shout out to Science Streams, and Volcano Doc, and Nerduino, and Diatom's Attack. Follow some of these wonderful science streamers here on Twitch, all scientists themselves, and they work hard to bring good science to the people, answer your questions, all that good stuff. All right, thanks for stopping by, Mini Pie. China está chiste al gato. No sé, Raúl. Lo siento. And is Jim here right now? Is that Jim in the chat? Did somebody see him? There he is. Yeah. Cannot wait, says Jim. Yes, that is Utah State paleontologist Jim Kirkland there in the chat. I do a lot of field work with Jim during the summers. Jim is somebody that I grew up seeing in dinosaur documentaries and stuff like that. And now I get to work with him in the field. It's kind of a dream come true. Jim's probably rolling his eyes right now. But honestly, yeah. Here, let's see if I can find you a clip. Here we go.
Bad year.
Yeah. I had to reverse that so we don't get copyright struck here. But yeah, there's Jim right there, state paleontologist for the state of Utah. It's good to see you, Jim. I hope your week is off to a good start. Yeah. Anywho, yeah, a Jim come true. There you go, Brian Dior. Yes, indeed. Yeah, and Steve's nuts. Oh, you got me. Thanks for the follow. I appreciate it. You know, while we've got 1,100 people here, why don't we just start in with the special announcement? Why not? We were going to do a Twitch recap first, but extenuating circumstances, like a phenomenal raid from Kit Boga, changing our plans a little bit, and I am grateful. Niffler, thank you for gifting Jim there. I appreciate that, Niffler. Now Jim won't have to watch any ads for the next month. I appreciate that, Niffler. Anywho, let me preface this video announcement. What should I say here? This has been something that I've been looking forward to announcing for over a year at this point. I first learned about this project in September, and I was very lucky to be brought on board, and I am going to do everything that I can to help make this thing a success. This is one of the reasons why I've had to end some streams early over the past year at various times, or skip streams altogether on certain days. This is a great big deal, and I am very, very excited about it, and without further ado, here we go. Make sure that our alerts are off here, and let's get it started. Within the hills of eastern Fremont lurk ancient wonders which few people are aware of. This is Fremont, California, in the South Bay. Fremont today is known for its residential areas and its contributions to the tech industry. What it's not usually known for is fossils. As paleontologists, we'd like to change that. Because believe it or not, one of the world's great fossil sites is right here in Fremont. Back in the Pleistocene, California was home to a spectacular menagerie of creatures. At that time, the San Francisco Bay was dry land, a river valley ruled over by saber-toothed cats, 10-foot-tall camels, ground sloths the size of a car, and Columbian mammoths even larger than today's elephants.
They're from right here in California. These large animals roaming around, it gives an entirely different perspective on life in California.
Which brings us here. The name Irvington might not mean much to most people, but any paleontologists watching right now are doing this. That's because the Irvington district of Fremont lent its name to an entire land mammal age, the Irvingtonian.
So here we're at actually a
Sorry about the audio in this clip.
That
Got some
means
wind.
the assemblages of fossils that we find here is so distinct that other places in North America use it as a reference point.
This unique fossil assemblage was first discovered via unconventional means during World War II. Yep.
Break of day, they're off and away.
When men of fighting age were shipping out overseas, a group of school children, led by local teacher Wes Gordon, made a remarkable discovery at Fremont's Bell Quarry. There, in the gravel pit, they found thousands of fossils. They would go there every Saturday, uncovering the bones of horses, camels, ground sloths, mammoths, saber-toothed cats, and other Ice Age mammals. The young fossil hunters gained national attention when Life magazine featured their exploits, christening them the Boy Paleontologists.
The story they published followed that was December the 10th, 1945. The war had ended, and so this was important. What did our youth do during the war?
What they did was to discover a unique paleofauna, one that would form the basis for the whole Irvingtonian land mammal age, known to paleontologists the world over. Paleontological work at this exceptional site would continue, yielding ever more important fossils through the 1950s. Until an event that would break the hearts of the boy paleontologists. The Bell Quarry was unceremoniously leveled to make way for Interstate 680. Yeah, and while the specimens discovered there now reside in several museums throughout the Bay Area, one of the world's great fossil sites is now entombed beneath a freeway, with no part of it accessible to paleontologists ever since. Or so everyone assumed. So we took this footage back in April.
Like some more kind of consolidated material, like right around here-ish.
Mm-hmm. Just this year, while our crew was exploring the Irvington gravels next to the freeway, we started finding fossils.
Yeah, I was digging here in the stream, and I just dug straight down, found this little camel tooth. So specifically, this is a bottom
camel
tooth.
tooth.
So on the bottom teeth, you'll see this kind of like W-shaped pattern here,
Mm-hmm.
and that's how you can tell it's a camel.
We got a little piece of rib bone right here.
And then you'll see this side, this is a spine.
That freeway didn't ruin everything. By studying aerial maps and historical photos, our team has been able to rediscover some prime spots which remain untouched. Yep, spots where, just under the surface, Irvington's fossil wonders are still waiting to be discovered. So what are we going to do with this? That's the exciting part.
Growing up in the Bay Area, I always knew I loved fossils and wanted to be a paleontologist.
My colleague Ariel.
And what's really kind of sad is I didn't realize there were fossils pretty much at my back door my entire life. I could have been going on these adventures and seeing what was out there. So being able to share this really special spot that's not only a type locality but really rich in fossil material, being able to share that with everyone I think is an important thing to do.
By now, you probably know what we're getting at. The Bay Area has an economy larger than that of Saudi Arabia. Oh yeah, it's a lot of money here. A population of 8 million people. A lot of people here. And we have one of the world's premier fossil sites. And yet, we do not have a public fossil museum. Not in the Bay Area. No fossil museum open to the public. This is the place to do it. Our vision is this. An active dig site where paleontologists continue to excavate these Irvingtonian fossils. And the public can watch or stock footage join in, just to be clear. A world-class museum on site walks visitors through the fossil history of California and showcases the specimens collected from Irvington. There's my concept art there. Like the La Brea Tar Pits or Dinosaur National Monument, this place would become a destination for people of all ages, but particularly for students from across the Bay Area and beyond. And with a new BART station already planned for construction just blocks away, so close to the site together have the potential to become one of the most visited attractions in the region. A boon for tourism, for local pride, for science, and for STEM education in the Bay Area. We can make this happen, but we need your help. There we go. That's the announcement. We're aiming to build a museum in Fremont, California, after reopening the fossil site there. We've actually made some significant progress since I made that video back in May. The fossil site is now reopening, and we're finding fossils there. The stuff is there. Not all of it was covered up by the freeway. So we're working to reestablish that quarry and turn it into a locus for research and science outreach right here in the San Francisco Bay Area. But here's the thing, we're gonna need about 60 or maybe $70 million in order to do it. In order to build a museum on the scale that we want to do, something that's really gonna do this site justice. That is gonna be a difficult ask, and it's something that we're going to try and get done hopefully within the next 10 years. But for right now, we're moving ahead with the excavation. And the idea is that we're going to be bringing in members of the public for tours. We're going to be doing like kind of VIP events for donors. We're going to be really trying to open this thing up as much as we can, get the public as involved as we can, get people as excited as we can, so that our dream of establishing a museum could become a reality. Time to use your primes, chat, says Stacy. Appreciate you. Yes. But yeah. Ms. Yvette says, Danny, do you have a PR person? Not yet. Unless you mean me. Right now, I'm doing some of the PR right now. That's a little redundant. This is the first, like, major announcement that's been made to the public. So those of you who are watching in this very moment, count yourselves lucky. You are some of the first members of the public to hear about this. It's, yeah. This is... You're here on the ground floor. Yeah. Steve Nuts says, hi, YouTube. Yes, indeed. This will be up on YouTube later. But, yeah. I know where I was in this moment, says Hold It Now. Yes, indeed. And Dingus Chief says, I'm a pioneer. You are. Yes, indeed. Polcheon says, awesome stuff. Thank you. I think a lot of folks don't realize that we've got an incredible fossil heritage right here. And here, I mean, right here in the San Francisco Bay Area. I didn't know this growing up as a kid in the San Francisco Bay Area. I grew up right over there in the East Bay. Not too far from where I am sitting right now. The Bay Area is known for a lot of things. Fossils aren't necessarily one of them. I think we need to change that, because we've got some incredible fossils from right here in the Bay Area. And indeed, the Irvingtonian land mammal age is named after the Irvington district in Fremont, like I was talking about. You can look it up on Wikipedia. Yeah. There we go. The Irvingtonian North American land mammal age spans from about 1.8 million to 250,000 years ago. And it's named after an assemblage of fossils of the Irvington district of Fremont, California. So this is just before the Rancho La Brea. I think a lot of people are familiar already with La Brea, the famous tar pits of Los Angeles. And they've got a phenomenal museum there. I did a live stream from there back in September on my way back from TwitchCon this year. I can find that VOD for you right here, if you'd like to see it. Brea. There we go.
Very mastodon-y teeth with those tall cusps, unlike your flat mammoth teeth.
There's that.
Just look at how...
But anyway, La Brea is a really, really famous fossil site. Irvington is not. Even though Irvington, like the Rancho La Brea, also has a North American land mammal age named after it. Let me explain what that means. North American land mammal ages, or NALMA. So we as paleontologists and geologists and earth scientists, we try and make sense of Earth history by dividing it up into different chunks of time in order to communicate what we're talking about, be organized in our thoughts, all of that, you know. One of the most basic things in science is like defining your terms, making sure that we're all communicating properly with one another. So there's a whole bunch of these Cenozoic land mammal ages here. It starts in the Puercan, just after the extinction of the non-bird dinosaurs. And then the Rancho La Brea is the last one in the Pleistocene. The Irvingtonian is just before it. So the Irvingtonian is typically defined as, it's this fauna of great big mammals, things like ground sloths, mammoths, mastodons, more ground sloths, saber-toothed cats. Sort of these critters walking around. They're all there in the Irvingtonian. And then bison migrate over from Asia across the Bering Land Bridge, and once the bison show up, they become really, really common. That kind of marks the beginning of the Rancho La Brea. So the Irvingtonian is this time before the bison show up in North America. But you've got all these other big Ice Age mammals. This is, by the way, during the last Ice Age. But yeah. Pretty cool. Yeah. And so that whole land mammal age, whether you're looking at fossils in Texas or Florida or up in Canada or Utah or whatever, if they're from that span of time, from about 1.8 to about 1.8 million to 250,000 years ago, that's the Irvingtonian land mammal age, no matter where you're at in North America. And it's named after Irvington in Fremont. It's named after this site. So it's a site of global scientific importance. And there's nothing there to commemorate that nowadays. There's no museum, there's no fossil collections, there's no active site until now. The point that I'm making is that this is, in a lot of ways, just as important as La Brea down in Los Angeles, the famous tar pits, but nobody knows about it in the general public. That's why we're trying to make this a museum. That's why we're trying to reopen these sites, because there's so much science to be done there, and there's so much outreach to be done for the public. There's so much education that we can do based on this. We've got a chance to give people a glimpse into what the Bay Area was like during the last Ice Age. And I think that's truly inspiring. I so wish that there was something like that in existence when I was a kid, you know? As a kid, obsessed with fossils growing up in the San Francisco Bay Area, I didn't have much of an outlet for that, especially when I was younger. If we can do this, if we can make this happen, think of the boon that will be for science education here in the Bay Area. Think of all the kids that we can inspire. All these future scientists who will go on to make tremendous discoveries. We can help foster their passion for science at an early age right here in the Bay Area. That's the idea. So yeah. Anywho. Yeah. And Calicotheres, I think, were before this, Bondo. Yeah. Awkward Cyborg says that would be amazing. Yeah, and here, let me try and see if I can find you a resource here that talks about... I don't know if it's up on YouTube. It might not be. Oh! It is. Excellent. Here. When I was a kid... Here, brief detour before we get to this. When I was a kid, growing up here in the San Francisco Bay Area, I always knew that I was interested in fossils. I always knew that I wanted to be a paleontologist. But we don't really have any public fossil museums in the Bay Area. Which is crazy. We've got like 9 million people who live here in the Bay Area. It is one of the wealthiest places in the world, honestly. Housing prices are some indication of that. Oy. And yet we don't have a public fossil museum. There is the University of California Museum of Paleontology on the campus of UC Berkeley. But it's a research collections. They've got a few public displays out there, in the hallways between classrooms and between laboratory spaces. You know, you can see stuff like the Wonkel Tyrannosaurus specimen out there. stuff like that, but it's not really a public museum. And a lot of people show up there, you know, trying to bring their kids, and they're really disappointed. They're like, oh, shoot, this isn't like a public museum with exhibits. When I started high school, I started volunteering at the Museum of Paleontology at Berkeley, and that's how I got my start as a paleontologist. But it wasn't the easiest thing to get involved with. They didn't have a volunteer program at the time, and so I just had to cold email them and say, hey, can I volunteer there? I'd be happy mopping the floors, taking out the trash, whatever I need to do to get my foot in the door, but I want to help out. And they graciously allowed me in. Pat Holroyd, she was my mentor at Berkeley, starting off. Dr. Patricia A. Holroyd here. You're going to hear her voice in this video.
The following KQED production was produced in high definition.
Achaemenides is my godfather, was curator at the Paleontology Museum at UC Berkeley for decades. Do you know his first name? I don't necessarily want to dox you, but yeah, I've met several of the former curators, and yeah, Achaemenida, that's really cool. If oh, Howard, yes, we all love Howard. Wait, John Howard. Oh, I thought you meant Howard Hutchinson. Or wait, no, hang on. No, we're thinking of it. Okay, I think we're thinking of the same person. Sorry if I misspoke there. But yeah. John Howard Hutchinson. We all love Howard. Achaemenida. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. I always think of Howard as his first name. But Howard is wonderful, and he had Pat's position before Pat does today. Pat's curator of vertebrates. But small world, wow. Howard is wonderful. I really admire him.
When people think of natural history, they often picture walking through a museum surrounded by massive skeletons of long extinct animals.
Howard too, yeah.
But natural history is all around us, if you know where to look. On the windswept Sonoma coast, a large craggy knot of boulders rises 60 feet above the grassy plain.
This is so cool. I'd love to do a stream from here someday. But here's just a taste of some of our fossil heritage in the Bay Area.
This towering outcrop of blue schist rock holds a secret and tells an ancient story.
Right now it's a mystery, and I love mysteries. These rocks personally are telling me something, and it's telling me that we don't know everything that we think we know.
Breck Parkman is the senior archaeologist for the California State Parks Department.
He's written a really cool paper, by the way. He has been studying these rocks
for years. In 2001, he and colleague Raj Naidu were taking a break out of the wind when they noticed something they'd never seen before.
The more we looked, especially over here, we started looking at the polish.
Yeah.
My friend, the paleontologist, is trained in geology, and I've looked at a lot of rocks around the world myself.
What do you think this is, Chad? Why are those rocks polished right there? I paused it here because I don't know if he's going to give it away. Why would you get this kind of bizarre polish on these rocks? Not at ground level, but higher up. What's going on there? Sazlo Shake says water? Glacial action? Indeed. Fat Man Bully says giraffes, and that's not as far off as you would think it is. I know you're kidding, but Calder says sandy wind. Gnomes, magical gnomes, says free Schnurrbart ride.
My friend, the paleontologist, is trained in geology, and I've looked at a lot of rocks around the world myself, and it came to our attention that this polish was unique. And between the two of us, probably 60 years together in the profession, had never seen polish like this before. We kind of looked at each other, and we came to the same conclusion at the exact same time. It said it's animal polish.
Yep.
The difficulty with it being animal polish, though, is that the polish goes up 14 feet.
Yeah,
and we started thinking about, well, what animal could polish a rock 14 feet up in the air? And we started thinking about past animals, extinct animals like the mammoth.
Yep.
For more than 1 million years, this area was the home of the Columbian mammoth.
Yeah.
Less hairy cousin of the woolly mammoth, Columbian mammoths roamed all over lower North America. These rocks help tell their story. This is the Pleistocene, the last glacier.
So the idea is that they're rubbing up against these rocks, that like they would go there specifically because here's a big isolated rock in the middle of a grassy field, and they're like, yeah, that's a great scratching post. And so they'd all congregate there and just use that for scratching themselves. And then generation after generation, mammoth after mammoth after mammoth, they would end up kind of polishing these rocks bit by little bit. Super cool to think about. So some people got that correct in the chat, and that's why I didn't call out your answers, but you know who you are. Yeah. Scratching post, like Baloo in the Jungle Book, scratching the tree. There you go, Charlie's Dragon, yeah. Good stuff.
Glacial maximum,
Yeah.
a time known as the Ice Age, an era that most modern Californians would find unimaginable.
So you think about wildlife in the Bay Area. You've got mule deer, you've got coyotes, occasionally mountain lions. You go back to 15,000 years ago, then things get completely wild. You have mammoth, mastodon, 2 different species of saber-toothed cats, dire wolves, American lions, short-faced bear. There are camels, there's llamas. There's this huge diversity of big mammals that we call the megafauna. You can make a comparison.
And so actually, here, this is a lovely illustration by William Stout. I'll see if I can find a large format of this. Let's see. William Stout. Pleistocene. Fauna. That'll work. Yeah. Ah, it's so small though. I want to find a large format picture of this. Pleistocene mural, perhaps. That's there on his website. But we had some truly incredible animals here just a few thousand years ago. Geologically speaking, this is like last Thursday. It's so recent. It's recent enough that people would have encountered these animals. In fact, people may have driven many of these critters into extinction. Oh, sorry, that's so blurry. But we saw some of these in San Diego when I was doing a live stream there at the San Diego Museum of Natural History. The NAT, as it's called locally. There we go. There we go. Yeah.
Previously Canis dirus. Now it's been reclassified as, I think, Anacyon dirus? Direwolf, right here. Smilodon, right here. We've got a lovely side-by-side comparison of the 2 most famous big carnivores from La Brea.
These guys both lived in California, including up here, up north.
And they are...
There's Paramylodon, big old ground sloth. We had limited connectivity there. So I apologize for that.
Okay, let's see. Is it coming back? Should be back now, I hope. Mastodons are thought to be primarily forest dwellers.
Anywho, and Legalize Ranch says very cool. Thank you, Ranch. I appreciate you. Patrick Reesitter says dire wolves aren't actually wolves. It's true. They're part of a different genus than wolves. They've been reclassified. Anywho, I wish I could find you a full-size image here to show you some of these animals that lived here in the Bay Area up until like 10,000 years ago. Super, super recently, geologically speaking. We had horses. We had camels. We had giant ground-dwelling sloths. We had tapirs. We had saber-toothed cats, American lions, mastodons, mammoths, 2 different kinds of mammoths, bison, all these critters just chilling out here in the San Francisco Bay Area. And they've left their bones for us to find. All over the place. And people around here don't realize that. You know? Suavorio says, what did the world look like at that point? It looked a lot like it does today. Except, well, no buildings, no roads, no airports, no Walmarts, you know? This is... Here. During certain times in the Pleistocene, there were great big ice sheets that covered the northern hemisphere and enveloped Antarctica as well. So in certain places like, here. Like, you know, Illinois, for instance, was completely covered by glaciers. There's a lovely image that I saw somewhere that showed Chicago with the Pleistocene glaciers superimposed over it, and they are like 4 times taller than Sears Tower, than the Willis Tower, whatever they call it now. There were these enormous ice sheets that covered the northern part of North America. Some of these glaciers were like well over a mile high. So certain parts of the world definitely look different, but other parts didn't look that different than they do today. We still had a lot of the same species running around. It's not like the animals back then were completely different. It's more like the animals that we have today are the last survivors of that time. So you still had rabbits and hares. You still had squirrels and rats and deer, bobcats and mountain lions, wolves and coyotes, you know, turkeys and grouse and robins and sparrows and all of these other animals that we have here in North America today, including bison. We had back then too. It's just most of the big critters died out. And there's a big debate about why all of these big critters died out, given that by all means they should still be here, you know? They died out so recently in the grand scheme of things. Like when we're talking about the extinction of the dinosaurs, that was 66 million years ago. 66 million. This is just 10,000 years ago, you know? People were already doing their thing. Like, we've got evidence of, you know, kind of nascent human civilizations that go back practically that long in the old world. Here in North America, you had giant camels and American lions, saber-toothed cats and horses and giant bison and dire wolves and all kinds of critters like that doing their thing. People show up, they walk across the land bridge from Asia, and very, very quickly, all of the animals you see here disappear. The big debate in Pleistocene paleontology right now is what caused that extinction event. Was it people hunting some of these creatures, changing the landscape through fire, introducing diseases and invasive species and stuff that mostly killed off these critters? Or was it climate change that did it? Because the Earth was warming at the time. We're kind of coming out of the last ice age. It's a big debate. It could be a combination of the two, but from where I'm sitting as a dinosaur guy, again, this is not my area of expertise. I've never published any papers on Pleistocene stuff. This is not typically what I work on. I'm not an expert on this. But from where I'm sitting as an interested outsider who works on dinosaurs, it seems like the general consensus for this question is leaning toward a human-caused extinction. But we'll see. We're not sure yet. It's an ongoing debate. And wasn't Glyptodon among them? I don't think Glyptodon was in the northern hemisphere, Bondo. I'm pretty sure Glyptodon's from the southern hemisphere. Yeah, Lordy says scary either way. Yeah, kind of. It's good to see you, Lordy. I hope you're having a good day. Yeah. Yeah. But yeah. Yeah. Anyway, back to our video here about fossils here in the Bay Area.
Huge diversity of big mammals that we call the megafauna. You can make a comparison with Africa now and San Francisco, the Bay Area, 12, 15,000 years ago. It must have been absolutely spectacular having this incredible diversity of mammals with these absolutely gigantic creatures that were roaming the earth, where we stand.
Yeah. Feel like I'm in a movie watching this stream.
Surprisingly, the
Peace, love, John.
climate in the
Appreciate
Bay
you.
Area
Welcome.
is very
Good to have you
similar
here.
what we have today: warm, dry summers and cool, wet winters. But further north.
And by the way, both of those critters, egrets like this and bears too, lived at this time during the Pleistocene.
The Ice Age climate in the Bay Area
Elk, too.
is very similar to what we have today: warm, dry summers and cool, wet winters. But further north, it's freezing, and that's affecting the whole planet. Ocean waters are trapped in the massive polar ice sheets.
Oh, that's where I got this clip for the video.
Drop
That's
hundreds
funny.
of feet. This exposes a broad expanse along our coastline Parkman calls the Farallon Plain.
Yeah, so here. During this time, since there's so much ice that's locked up, or there's so much ice, so much water locked up in glaciers in the northern and southern hemisphere, kind of approaching the poles, sea levels were significantly lower than they are today. Because all that water is locked up in the ice. And so San Francisco Bay, as we know it, did not exist at the time. This was a river valley throughout here. In fact, right underneath Golden Gate Bridge was this big V-shaped valley like this, where you had this huge, like, Mississippi-sized river flowing through. And the coastline was way out there, where the Farallon Islands are today. Those are basically some tall hills along that ancient coastline. It's really cool to think about, you know? So yeah. And we also lived during that time. Yeah, so people are around during that time. Again, this is so recent. Geologically speaking, it's like last Thursday, you know? This is super, super recent. But yeah. UP, I appreciate your question there. Yeah. So the first people show up in North America around, well, it's debated when the first people show up exactly, but human populations really start to go up in North America around 15 to 10,000 years ago. Something like that. And that's around the time that a lot of this megafauna goes extinct, you know? So yeah. Anyhow, yeah. So anyway, yeah, at that time, this is, you know, let me scoot this over a little bit. Here is modern day San Francisco right here. There is the Marin Peninsula. The Golden Gate Bridge runs right through here. So this is San Francisco Bay as we know it today.
Polar ice sheets causing the sea level to drop hundreds of feet. This exposes a broad expanse along our coastline Parkman calls the Farallon Plain.
Yep.
So if we were here 20,000 years ago, you wouldn't hear the waves hitting the shore because the beach was 12 miles further out.
Yep.
Instead of looking at the ocean, you'd be looking at a broad, expansive plain covered with grass and sedges and some trees, but just teeming with life. Absolutely teeming with life.
Like the African Serengeti, but more so. So many more bigger animals walking around.
Bay also disappears, and in its place, a lush green valley. Here, the massive California River roars through a low break in the coastal range we now call the Golden Gate.
Bingo.
During the summer migration, the grasslands overflow with life.
Imagine all these herds of animals living in what's now San Francisco Bay, which was a dry valley at the time, going out to the coast. They would have gone right down the river. They followed the river right out.
That is an extinct river, yes indeed, Claire,
onto
yeah.
the same Farallon
Yeah.
plain. I've looked at the migration routes, and that's where we tend to find a lot of these fossils of bison and mammoth.
Evidence and remains of these animals have been found all over California.
This is Smilodon californicus. This is our state fossil, believe it or not. Most people don't know we have a state fossil, but this is it. This is the saber.
Now known as Smilodon fatalis, but yeah, Gemini Woods TV, thank you for the resub. I appreciate that. Thank you, thank you.
Tooth cat.
Appreciate you.
And this is a very...
Yeah, that is indeed our state fossil right there. I've got a 3D print of Smilodon right here. And this is one of the animals that we find in Fremont, too. Here we go. Check out those canine teeth right there. Would have used these probably for biting into the necks of some of the big herbivores at the time. Things like bison, ground sloths, camels, horses, maybe mammoths too. Not the sort of hardware you want sinking into your neck, I can tell you. That's, oh boy. Yeah, imagine that. And that is, like he said, our state fossil here in California. I made a graphic about this a while ago. Let me see if I can find that for you. Come on, hard drive. There we go. Digital art. Finished images. California Smilodon flag. There we go. That's an image that I put together a few years ago. Our state fossil, Smilodon fatalis. And this one right here is a 3D print, like I said. I do a lot of 3D printing. In fact,
But now the dinosaurs rule.
I've got 2 different 3D printers running at the moment.
Have a moment where it was kind of heartbreaking.
I'm gonna turn off those alerts there. Got so many follows, but I do a ton of 3D printing on this channel. If you're new here, this is a big part of what we do. I got a second 3D printer just the other day for this new museum project. That's why we've got 2. So yeah. Anyway, that's how I made this, and I'll probably be doing some more for the museum also. But yeah. Sounds about right. There you go, Salamander, yeah. Yeah, anywho. Our state fossil. Smilodon.
This is Smilodon californicus. This is our state fossil, believe it or not. Most people don't know we have a state fossil, but this is it. This is the saber-toothed cat. And this is a very enigmatic species. It's one that visually characterizes the Pleistocene. It's one of these species that's no longer found anywhere on the planet today, but was very abundant in California.
They're extinct now, yeah.
This is the skull of the Harlan's ground sloth, one of the
Paramylodon.
medium-sized ground sloths that lived in the Bay Area. This animal here, probably about 9 feet long, maybe 600 to 800 pounds as an adult. This is California record black bear. It weighed well over 600 pounds. It was a very, very large black bear. So this being a reference point, probably one of the largest black bears I've ever seen and that anybody else might see. Compare that with this other member
Arctodus
of the Pleistocene megafauna.
A short-faced bear.
This is a short-faced bear. This
Yeah.
is the largest terrestrial carnivore that ever lived in North America.
He left out a very, very critical descriptor there. Again, let's hear that.
This is the largest terrestrial carnivore that ever lived in North America.
Not even close. No. Largest mammalian terrestrial carnivore. You know, compare that with like you know, Tyrannosaurus, who's got a much, much larger skull. Holy cow. Yeah. Yeah. So dinosaurs got far, far, far larger than mammals. So yeah, largest mammalian carnivore. Anyway.
It was absolutely massive. At least
maybe he did mean carnivore. Maybe
larger
dimwit,
than a
yeah.
grizzly bear.
Yeah.
It was a sprinting animal that could probably do at least 40 miles per hour over at least a mile flat. It chased down camels, llamas, horses, antelope. It was
And
one
Ms.
of the
Yvette,
most
can you send me a
super
DM with that
predators
maybe? Or
that we
you know?
had in North America. Absolutely fantastically gigantic. It stood at least up to 13 feet tall. If I was one of the first North Americans, this would be my nightmare.
So one of the first people to show up in North America. He means,
With
yeah.
this
Yeah.
incredible diversity of wildlife, just think if you were one of the first people to come here, you've crossed over the Bering Land Bridge from Asia, you've made it down probably the west coast of North America, or maybe you've cut through a big divide between the major glaciers, you would have encountered all of these animals, the mammoth, the mastodon, all the bison, the giant ground sloths, and those carnivores, the American lion, the short-faced bear.
As scary as it must have been, when those first people arrived in the Pleistocene Bay Area, they found an absolute Eden.
Right where I stand, there could have been a mammoth that was nursing its young. There could have been a short-faced bear that was feeding on the carcass of a giant western camel. There could have been a, saber-toothed kittens, smacking around a pine cone, just playing. Wherever you were in the Bay Area, there was that megafauna. San Francisco, Oakland, San Jose, Walnut Creek. All those animals live there.
Fremont.
And their remains are buried underneath where you're standing.
Yeah.
Back at the rubbing rocks, Parkman is looking at the evidence he's found above ground and learning.
And Peace Love John, what was on land during the Pangea thing? That's during the beginning of the Age of Dinosaurs. That's like 240 million years before this time. So way, 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 way before.
Learning more about how these animals live.
We're standing in a larger sort of open area here, surrounded by rock on both sides. I can picture a herd of mammoth in here, hanging out on windy days. This entire area is so heavily polished, especially the rocks over there. So this is certainly my favorite rock, I believe, of all of them. And it's actually the rock that gave me the most insight into the fact that we have animals polishing the rock of everything I saw here. It's all heavily polished. See, just there's a little bit left
Very
there.
cool. And so this is not glacial because the glaciers never made it this far south. And this is not the sort of like abrasion that you see from glaciation either. It's almost kind of more gentle, more gradual kind of smoothing.
Goes up 396 centimeters from the current day surface of the ground. 396 centimeters from the surface is getting you back into the neighborhood of the shoulder height of a big mammoth, about 14 feet.
Yeah.
This rock is so important in the health of a mammoth community because what the mammoth was doing in getting coated in mud, it was removing all the ectoparasites from its body. And then just before it completely dries, you come over to this rock and you rub, and you're rubbing that mud off. And with that mud go all the parasites that were on your body that day.
Yep.
And there was probably a line of mammoths standing in line to do that. But there were
Picture like a bunch of cars lined up to go through a car wash, except they're mammoths waiting to rub on these stones. That's so cool.
Thousands and thousands of generations of animals using this area. Over time, the largeness of that animal and the power of that animal and the clays that would have been in the mud combined to polish these rocks on a grand scale.
Pretty neat.
Parkman and his team have analyzed the polish under an atomic force microscope, conclusively ruling out wind, water, and other geologic explanations.
Yep.
What it does resemble are rocks polished by modern elephants. But even with this evidence, many scientists need to see it with their own eyes.
A lot of scientists come out from different fields, and what I've seen over the last 7 years is that most people, at least that are scientifically trained, when I tell them about this polish, they automatically start thinking, what can it be other than mammoth and bison?
Yep.
So I've heard people say it's got to be wind. Other people say it has to be water. Obviously it has to be water because what you're describing sounds like water polish. And then some people say it has to be from faulting. So it has to be rocks moving against rocks. Well, it's none of that. Once people come out to the site, they go away saying
very
something
obvious.
I'm going away saying is that mammoth is the only thing that makes sense.
Yep.
What remains a mystery is what happened to all
I've not
those
been to those
big
rocks
animals.
before, Reaganation.
Was it
No.
the
I was thinking of doing a stream from there back when I had mobile data in September, but I don't know if I would get cell reception out there. I don't know if we would get any data at all out there, so that's why I didn't end up going.
What remains a mystery is what happened to all those big animals. Was it the arrival of humans that led to their demise? Or was it global warming that raised sea levels and eliminated the coastal habitat?
That's the question that nobody really knows. The two prevailing theories are either climatic change or what's called the overhunting hypothesis or overkill hypothesis.
And even overhunting, I think, is pigeonholing ourselves too much. Human beings arriving and introducing fire to the landscape, that can change an environment drastically. It could do it overnight. People are very fond of fire, and in a landscape that's not used to that kind of thing, that could be a really, really dramatic change that can just wipe out some of these ecological niches in a very, very short amount of time.
Or was it the combination of both of them? It's difficult to know, and that's why so many people are interested in the Pleistocene in this last 20,000 years to try to unravel climatic change and human interaction, because maybe we could apply some of those ideas to the global change that's going to be happening over the next 50, 100, 200 years.
It's something to think about as we walk through our natural history museums. The actions we take today are going to play a role in which skeletons are on display in the future.
Yep.
Thinking about all these massive, gigantic, incredibly cool mammals that used to live here side by side, it really brings up our guard that we need to protect what we still have. We need to protect enough wildlands to support the wildlife we still have.
Cool
Keep
stuff.
Quest free. Discover more and donate at kqed.org.
Here's a link to that video right there. There you go. Hopefully that gives you some sort of a taste for the fossils that we have here in the Bay Area and why they're important. It's funny, this was great, but this is not actually the video that I was looking for. Yeah. Kleber wants to know, will I be making the museum pitch video public on YouTube? I still need to ask permission in order to do that. This is a video that I made for one of my colleagues and coworkers on this project. The big announcement video, I mean, that I showed, well, probably like an hour ago at this point. Yeah. Here, let me get to that. So I don't know if I can make that video totally public yet, but yeah. But yeah. Fat Man Billy says, did we farm and harvest these animals? No. So, the Pleistocene megafauna, ground sloths, mammoths, mastodons, saber-toothed cats, none of these animals were domesticated. These were all very much wild animals. None of these were farmed. But many of them definitely were hunted. We've got evidence of human hunting for ground sloths, for mammoths, for mastodons, for camels, for American horses, for bison, for a bunch of these different critters. So we know that they were hunted, but none of them were ever domesticated. Does that make sense? Yeah. And Gristagrow, hello to you. Welcome. Yeah. And Robert Jacques says, very interesting. I'm thankful for the kid right. Me too. Holy cow. Yeah. And Nocturnal Scribe, I'll wait a little while before I show the video again, because I know some people did miss it. But, yeah. And this is a geologist's hammer here, sir. This is actually one of the ones that I've used at the site in Fremont. And I'll be using again very soon. Let me introduce you to an existing museum in Fremont that is very small, but is kind of one of our bases for operation for this new big museum project. There we go. So, I'm so excited to be able to talk about this because I am currently working on some exhibits for this museum. This museum already exists. It is a tiny little museum with homemade exhibits in Fremont, California. It's right across the street from one of the high schools there. And a bunch of the 3D printing that I've been doing, and the reason why I got a second 3D printer this weekend is because I'm working on some exhibits for them. Again, very, very small museum. It is, it's charming. I think you'll enjoy it.
Both hands on here.
Do you see the hoops? Yes.
The Children's Natural History Museum in Fremont is a place to see.
It's a squid. Yeah, that's totally a squid.
And touch.
Pick one of these up.
Local history.
We can see the things, the animals that lived here a million years ago, 100,000 years ago.
And this one goes right here.
There you go.
Fossils, animals, minerals, astronomy, and more.
We're loving it. The kids are having a lot of fun. It's nice to be able to come here and touch and feel things and interact with the museum.
Oh.
Did you get shocked?
Yeah, that's it.
What do we have in here that's so cool?
This is one of the boy paleontologists here from the video, remember?
Oh. I don't know. There's a lot of good things in here that are really cool.
What's really cool is talking with boy paleontologist Philip Gordon. Some of
Yep.
his father Wesley's collection is housed here. Wesley.
So Wes Gordon was the school teacher who led the boy paleontologists, and this is his son.
Gordon was a Hayward teacher. He and his group of boy paleontologists, which included his son Philip, spent about 15 years discovering fossils in the area.
We started looking in the creeks of Hayward and Alameda County, rocks, minerals, and some of those minerals turned out to be fossils.
They found tens of thousands of fossils. Most went to UC Berkeley, but are not on public display. Some were given to the Math Science Nucleus, an educational nonprofit that manages the Children's Natural History Museum.
So the Math Science Nucleus is the parent institution of the Children's Museum of Natural History. It's a little bit confusing, but Math Science Nucleus is the organization that I'm working with. And the museum is upstairs in the Math Science Nucleus building. It is open to the public. I think there's like $5 admission. If you're ever in Fremont, California, make sure you go visit. You can get yourself a personal tour, or you could do a self-guided tour. It's really cool.
Donors and organizations have also contributed specimens to the museum so kids can learn and be inspired.
To have them get something out of it, to get them started, to see something extraordinary, and maybe they'll want to learn about it, learn more about things. That's what we really want to have happen here.
The Children's Natural History Museum in Fremont is clearly a hair-raising good time. Here are 7 things to know before you go.
Yeah, here we go.
Are a little different. If you want to be able to see and do everything at the museum, you might want to give yourself 1 to 2 hours. In my case, it might be a lot longer than that. If you think this bison mandible is impressive, the museum is geared toward kids from kindergarten through 3rd grade.
Here's their old dinosaur exhibit. This is what I'm revamping. This is what I'm so excited about right now. Is I'm going to be helping redo the dinosaur displays, the dinosaur exhibits at the Children's Natural History Museum. The idea being that if we can, well, we have a little bit of money right now to be able to redo the exhibits here and kind of raise the profile of the museum a little bit so that we can take big donors through and hopefully get enough money that we can eventually establish the big museum on site in Irvington. That's the idea, basically. Does that make sense? So we've already got basically a springboard here. So the Children's Natural History Museum here, which is here. It's in an old office building. There's the sign out front. See the big Columbian mammoth there? Awesome stuff. I'm looking for a... Oh, there's me. They must have put me on their website at some point. Right here. There's me digging up a Triceratops in the Hell Creek back in 2013. Let's see. Well, here's the actual website here. It's a little on the antique side, the website itself. But there's a link. Yeah, 4074 Eggers Drive. I'll show you what the exterior looks like. It's a former like office building and car dealership. There we go. There's the building right there. The upper floor is where the museum is. Here is Fremont Boulevard, which is one of the main thoroughfares in Fremont, California. That's one of the high schools across the street. And there is Math Science Nucleus and the Children's Natural History Museum. Right there. Does that make sense? Yeah. So yeah. It is a very small museum. It is, the exhibits are homegrown, homemade. It's got a very kind of quaint feel to it. But it is actually like a really important component of the local community. There are tons of kids who come here on field trips for school. There are lots of visitors. There are classes that they hold. I actually did a number of classes last winter. Special dinosaur classes for kids that were a ton of fun. And I think that was one of those things that I told you I was excited about, but I couldn't really talk about yet. That's what I was doing last December and January, doing those classes. So, yeah.
The museum is geared toward kids from kindergarten through 3rd grade, but all kids are welcome.
Yep.
The museum
I'm trying to raise that standard a little bit,
too. If
too.
your kid likes to get into things, they're gonna love it here.
Yeah.
But there are a few things that are hands-off, so keep that in mind.
Don't touch the Smilodon
Some
skeleton.
of the specimens, like this mammoth skull, are irreplaceable, so they do ask no food or drinks in the museum.
Yep.
The museum is on the 2nd floor, and while there's plenty of room for strollers,
Yeah.
there's no elevator, so the only way up would be the stairs.
And that is unfortunate. It's not super handicap accessible. We were looking at installing an elevator at the museum, but it would have cost, I think the price tag they gave us was like $3 million to install an elevator, and that would have blown the entire budget for the renovation, basically. So yeah, unfortunately, that's where we're at.
Great, though, because it's really manageable for the little ones while still having enough room for things that will wow the older kids. And bonus, there's even a scavenger hunt for young explorers.
Yep.
Did you have a favorite? Did you like the fossil dinosaur poop or the dinosaur egg better?
The dinosaur egg better.
Yeah, I think we like eggs better than poop most of the time.
Anyway, cool stuff. Here is a link to that video right there. Yeah, good stuff. But yeah. So, like I said, the idea is, well, I'm going to be working on designing new exhibits for the Children's Natural History Museum in Fremont. Helping revamp some of those kind of antiquated displays, especially with regard to their dinosaurs. That's one of the reasons I've been so eager to be 3D printing all of these huge things. The Allosaurus skull, the Edmontosaurus skull, all these other things that I don't really have room for here in my office. A lot of these are going to be going up on display at the Children's Natural History Museum there. So I'm pretty excited about that. And we'll be working on some of these things live on stream, too. Yeah. Walk through time here. Where's the, I don't even know if the dinosaur exhibits are up on display, or up on the website, I mean. But there are, let's see, there's one particular room in here that I'm going to be hopefully revamping. There's Althea and Gaetano right there. And this is after, there were some major renovations done to the museum, and so these wall spaces are still blank. This might be one of the spots where I'm going to be installing some big new exhibits. I've got lofty plans for this. I want to do a big exhibit on dinosaur ontogeny, talking about, talking about the development of dinosaurs throughout their lifespans like this, how much they changed.
Ontogeny.
As they grew and
ontogeny.
Developed. Yes, indeed. Dinosaur ontogeny is really, really important to understand if you want to understand dinosaur biology. I'm going to do an exhibit on the evolution of birds from dinosaurs, because as we all know nowadays, birds evolved from dinosaur ancestors. Birds are literally living dinosaurs. And so my plan for that is to have a full-sized 3D printed velociraptor skeleton, along with some of these other elements that are 3D printed, like some Archaeopteryx specimens here. Let me show you the Berlin Archaeopteryx that we just finished printing last week. That is right here. So this, look at how thick that is. Oh man. This is actually life-size, unlike the other Archaeopteryx, the Berlin specimen that I have on the wall all the time. That one's slightly too small. This one is life-sized. So I'm going to be finishing this, painting it, making it look as much like the original as I possibly can. This is going to be part of that display. And that's what we're going to start off with. I'm going to try and do 2 exhibits like that, and then kind of see where we can go from there. I'm really excited about this. It's going to further my mission of science outreach and education, and it should hopefully help support that museum too, because the Children's Natural History Museum of Fremont, a big part of their revenue comes from field trips. And if I can provide some really good exhibits with really well thought out informational placards and kind of some like behind the scenes infrastructural stuff too, like here's a script for people, high school volunteers who are going to be leading tours of elementary schoolers through it, that kind of thing. If I can help write out those scripts, make sure that all of the information is as up to date and accurate as possible, and also engaging and entertaining, I think we can help strengthen this institution and provide a better springboard for our eventual project of building the big museum in over at the Irvington fossil site. So yeah. And are they going to get a Velia? Well, I actually brought Velia to a special event. We had like a soft reopening on Friday. And I don't know if I got any photos of that. I don't think I did. I was too busy walking around with Velia and showing her off. But yeah, for those of you who are new here and you're wondering, Velia, what is he talking about? This is my my life-size live velociraptor. There we go.
You did? Yeah, of course.
Yeah.
People that in person.
You're such a good girl. Look at you, so social.
I'm gonna cry. You saw that right now. I'm gonna cry. Thank you for letting
You're
me
welcome.
meet her.
Yeah.
Bye.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
So Velia is a wonderful, wonderful dinosaur ambassador.
Maybe. We'll see. I won't be able to stream it, but yeah.
I have not. Do they bite?
Not usually. I don't know. She already ate. Don't worry.
Okay.
Yeah.
I think I should be fine.
See if we can get a shot of her from the other side so you can see her full body there.
I'm surprised you remember me.
Thanks.
Yeah. Let's see. I want everybody to be able to see her in full profile here. Here, let's scrubbing through trying to find. Seems like the camera was mostly on the other side of me the whole time. But I want everybody to see her from the tip of her snout to the end of her tail. Because she is impressive looking, I think.
Yeah. Love it. Great job.
You don't want me asking, how did you were able to like kind of make it move? Yeah,
What do you mean?
That's awesome.
Thank you. Yeah.
Anyway, good stuff. Velia is going to be making some appearances at museum events in Fremont over the next few months, I presume. Up until when I leave for the field. Did you ever get that photo from the pro photographer that took it? Yeah, Miss Yvette, I think I did at some point. Let's see. Let's check. It's back when I was on Twitter. Before I kind of ditched that whole dumpster fire. I betcha there's... That's probably going to be in my likes there. Let's see. Where was that? I don't know if I'm going to be able to find it. That person might even be gone from Twitter now at this point, too. Like, they may have deleted their profile. In which case, it would be gone. And now the likes only go back so far? Not your broken website. I'm really thinking about just deleting my Twitter altogether. It's just... that whole site is so borked. It's unusable now, practically. But yeah, Petrodactylus says, in response to that guy's question, like, oh, how do you make it move? Petrodactylus says, what an odd question. She's a living, breathing dinosaur. Yes, indeed. Yeah. Anyway. Yeah. And Mikey Likes has come to Blue Sky? What do you mean, Mikey Likes? I've been on Blue Sky. In fact, we try and post an update there every day when we start the stream, if I remember. But yeah, good stuff. Thank you for the 25 likes and the 3 quotes there. Something about your local Irvingtonian based on your current wallet? Yes, indeed, Jim. Thank you, Ms. Yvette, for reposting. Gimp Leg, thank you. Yeah. Here. I think... Yeah. And Claire Burr, thank you. Let's go ahead and just post the video there, shall we? Let's see. Well, maybe I won't post it yet. I might want to change the title on it and everything. But thank you, Patrick Crusader, for the the repost there. Manodano, thank you for the follow. Holy cow. Phenomenal. I appreciate that. Anyway, good stuff. And Ken, how are you doing? Hello, Ken. And did you miss it? Moohoodles, I'm gonna redo the announcement in a little bit. In fact, is now a good time for that? Should I play the video again? Give me a 2 in the chat if you'd like to see the video again, or if you haven't seen it yet. If you haven't seen it yet, give me a 4 in chat. Yeah. Chocolate banana milkshake, appreciate you. Yeah. Alright, we've got some 4s, we've got some 2s. Excellent. Well, you've twisted my arm, chat. And I'll use this opportunity to go run to the bathroom as well. This is, oh, here's my special announcement video. Here. Within the hills of eastern Fremont lurk... That's Fremont, California, by the way. I put together this video, with the hopes of showing potential donors, government officials from the city of Fremont, California, in the South Bay. It's just north of Silicon Valley. City officials, state officials, regional officials. Hopefully we can send it to the governor. Yeah, that's my target audience for this. Within the hills of eastern Fremont, be right back. Ancient wonders which few people are aware of. While Fremont today is known for its residential areas and its contributions to the tech industry, what it's not usually known for is fossils. As paleontologists, we'd like to change that. Because believe it or not, one of the world's great fossil sites is right here in Fremont. Back in the Pleistocene, California was home to a spectacular menagerie of creatures. At that time, the San Francisco Bay was dry land, a river valley ruled over by saber-toothed cats, 10-foot-tall camels, ground sloths the size of a car, and Columbian mammoths even larger than today's elephants.
They're from right here in California. These large animals roaming around, it gives an entirely different perspective on life in California.
Which brings us here. The name Irvington might not mean much to most people, but any paleontologists watching right now are doing this. That's because the Irvington district of Fremont lent its name to an entire land mammal age, the Irvingtonian.
So here we're at actually a spot that's considered a type locality. That means the assemblages of fossils that we find here is so distinct that other places in North America use it as a reference point.
This unique fossil assemblage was first discovered via unconventional means during World War II.
Break of day, they're off and away.
When men of fighting age were shipping out overseas, a group of school children, led by local teacher Wes Gordon, made a remarkable discovery at Fremont's Bell Quarry. There, in the gravel pit, they found thousands of fossils. They would go there every Saturday, uncovering the bones of horses, camels, ground sloths, mammoths, saber-toothed cats, and other Ice Age mammals. The young fossil hunters gained national attention when Life magazine featured their exploits, christening them the Boy Paleontologists.
The story they published followed that was December the 10th, 1945. The war had ended, and so this was important. What did our youth do during the war?
What they did was to discover a unique paleofauna, one that would form the basis for the whole Irvingtonian land mammal age, known to paleontologists the world over. Paleontological work at this exceptional site would continue, yielding ever more important fossils through the 1950s. Until an event that would break the hearts of the boy paleontologists. The Bell Quarry was unceremoniously leveled to make way for Interstate 680. And while the specimens discovered there now reside in several museums throughout the Bay Area. One of the world's great fossil sites is now entombed beneath a freeway, with no part of it accessible to paleontologists ever since. Or so everyone assumed.
Because a lot of this is topsoil here. There's like some more kind of consolidated material like right around here-ish.
Mm-hmm. Just this year, while our crew was exploring the Irvington gravels next to the freeway, we started finding fossils.
Yeah, I was digging here in the stream, and I just dug straight down, found this little camel tooth.
There we go.
So specifically, this is a bottom tooth. So on the bottom teeth, you'll see this kind of like W-shaped pattern here.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
That's how you can tell it's a camel.
We got a little piece of rib bone right here.
And then you'll see this side, this is a spine.
That freeway didn't ruin everything. By studying aerial maps and historical photos, our team has been able to rediscover some prime spots which remain untouched. Spots where, just under the surface, Irvington's fossil wonders are still waiting to be discovered. Camel tooth, yes indeed, Grista Grau. Yeah.
Growing up in the Bay Area, I always knew I loved fossils and wanted to be a paleontologist. And what's really kind of sad is I didn't realize there were fossils pretty much at my back door
Me
my
too.
entire life. I could have been going on in these adventures and seeing what was out there. So being able to share.
So this is Ariel Tonesi here. So she is currently doing her master's degree, I think, at the South Dakota School of Mines. And yeah, you met her, Ken. You met her at SVP. Yeah, Ariel's really cool.
Going on in these adventures.
And somebody was asking about camels. Yes, we had camels here. Camels first evolved here in North America, and then they went extinct. Camels are a North American original. Oh, you're being silly. Oh, sorry, Ken. Anyway, yeah, so we've got tons and tons of fossil camels from here in North America before they went extinct at the end of the Pleistocene. Possibly hunted to extinction by the first people.
At my back door my entire life. I could have been going on in these adventures and seeing what was out there. So being able to share this really special spot that's not only a type locality but really rich in fossil material, being able to share that with everyone I think is an important thing to do.
Yeah. By now, you probably know what we're getting at. The Bay Area has an economy larger than that of Saudi Arabia. Ton of money here. We have a population of 8 million people. We've got a lot of people here. And we have one of the world's premier fossil sites. And yet, we do not have a public fossil museum. Now is the time to change that. This is the place to do it. Our vision is this: an active dig site where paleontologists continue to excavate these Irvingtonian fossils, and the public can watch or join in. A world-class museum on site walks visitors through the fossil history of California and showcases the specimens collected from her. There's my concept art there. Like the La Brea Tar Pits or Dinosaur National Monument, this place would become a destination for people of all ages, but particularly for students from across the Bay Area and beyond. Think of the field trips, and with a new BART station already planned for construction just blocks away, yes, museum and dig site together have the potential to become one of the most visited attractions in the region, a boon for tourism, for local pride, for science, and for STEM education in the Bay Area. We can make this happen, but we need your help. So there you go. We're hoping to raise about $70 million for this project. It is going to be huge. Like I said, there's a ton of money here in the Bay Area. If we can get just a few wealthy donors to help get this thing started, we can absolutely make this happen. But it's going to take a lot of public enthusiasm. It's going to take a lot of hard work. And I produced that video to help try and get people interested in this concept, you know? So, Yeah, that's where we are. Well, that's not entirely where we are. For those of you who tuned in recently and just saw that video for the first time right now, those fossils just continue to come out of there. We've hit pay dirt. We've got a bunch of Irvingtonian age fossils that are just waiting to be dug up. So the plan right now is to share this video, try and get the word out, try and get people excited about this. And at the same time, bring in visitors, bring in VIPs and donors to visit the fossil site, because it's at a pretty accessible location. We've got a new pathway dug by an excavator to get down to where the quarry is. We're gonna dig in, we're gonna bring people there, we're gonna get them involved with fossil excavation and help try and raise some money for this. So there we go. Otter says, I'm so excited, I want to help in any way I can. I appreciate that, and there very well might be opportunities for helping either as a volunteer or as helping out at the dig site and stuff like that, right here in the Bay Area. South of where I am, in Fremont, kind of in the South Bay. So yeah, I'm very, very excited about this, and I hope you are too. Holy cow. I've been working with a local institution, the Math Science Nucleus, and the Children's Natural History Museum of Fremont, to help try and get this thing off the ground. So, yeah, here we go. Here's the Children's Museum of Natural History logo. Come on now. Oh, it's so small. This is a really, really tiny museum in Fremont, California, with public displays. We were talking about this just a few minutes ago. But I'm going to be designing some dinosaur exhibits for them over the next few months. I've been doing a ton of 3D printing. That's why I got myself a second 3D printer here. I've got a bunch of different prints that I'm currently working on turning into exhibits for that museum. And the idea is we'll get that museum to be a little bit more self-sustaining. We can use that as a base of support for building the big museum. There's already some displays there about the boy paleontologist and that whole story. There's already a bunch of those fossils on display there right now in the Wesley Gordon Fossil Hall. So it's almost like a teeny tiny proof of concept to show, hey, we can produce some exhibits like this. We can bring kids in for field trips, and there's already a bunch of field trips who go through here every week. The idea is that we take that and we build on it. So yeah. Anyway, I hope that makes sense. And here, let me snooze these ads for just a second. Yeah. Anywho, and Hylocomium says a recent article covered how wealthy people are now buying up fossils from private collections. We talked about that on yesterday's stream. This is not what we are doing at the museum. In fact, kind of following in the spirit of the boy paleontologists from that time. Nowadays it should be the boy and girl paleontologists. It's a different age nowadays. But, anyway, they had a motto. There we go. Their motto was, "What we find belongs to the public domain of science." Here's a neat write-up on this blog right here. The boy paleontologist in the Irvingtonian land mammal stage. If you go to this park in Fremont, California right now, they actually have a few interpretive signs talking about this. Like this right here. But this group of school kids, some of them from like elementary school, I think, up through high school and up through college. They would come here on the weekends and dig fossils in this quarry. And the deal was everything that they found had to go to a museum. And so they had an agreement with the University of California Museum of Paleontology, the same place I got my start as a paleontologist, up in Berkeley. And all of their fossils would eventually go there. That was the plan anyway. A few ended up in people's houses and stuff like that, and then those ones have ended up at the museum in Fremont. But the bulk of what they found is at UCMP, Museum of Paleontology at UC Berkeley. The whole point of this museum is to, of this museum that we're working on, is to share this with the public. And to make sure that these fossils are held in public trust for science, for public enjoyment, for the good of humanity. So yeah, Mahoodle says, so excited for this? Thank you. I really am too, Moo. Holy cow. I've been working on this project for about a year at this point. I produced that video back in May, and I just finally got permission to break the news about this. So I'm pretty excited. We're gonna start public excavations there within the next couple months. And the idea is hopefully we'll be able to bring in some donors who are really interested in fossils and can help us support the project financially. And then we're going to be talking to local media. We'll be talking to like local PBS stations and stuff like that. Maybe talk to KQED radio, public radio in here in the Bay Area. Help try and get the word out about this. I'm going to be helping to lead some of these public digs. Kind of, schmooze donors and stuff like that. Yeah, oh man, I'm excited. That's alongside working on exhibits and stuff for our little museum that we have right now. So yeah. I hope all that makes sense. Let me see if I can find you. There's actually some footage of one of the boy paleontologists at the museum in Fremont talking about this. Talking about some of his work at the time. Here he is.
My father was, like I said, when he was 7 years old, by the time he was 10, he knew he could identify all the minerals and rocks on this continent. Wow. By the time he was 10 years old.
So this is Wes Gordon's son, right? I'm trying to remember.
That was just his incredible drive and love and passion. And so we found this tooth of a mammoth. And we got so excited that my father...
So this is the museum behind him right now. The little museum that exists in Fremont.
This was on a Saturday. So 2 days later, Monday, he called UC Berkeley. And he said, this is what happened to us, my group. They knew we had this group of nature lovers, nature walkers, so to speak. And so my father said, are there any fossils to be found anywhere else in the area? And UC Berkeley immediately said yes. In 1868... a dentist in Irvington by the name of Gordon had found fossils in a gravel pit, and that was the Bell gravel pit. That was the fat gravel pit. So he found that out on Monday. So the following Saturday, 1 week later, we all showed up at the gravel pit. And as we started walking in the gravel pit, there were fragments of fossils everywhere. And we knew it. And we learned to identify them.
Maybe I can't access those articles unless I pirate them. Yeah.
And we identified the fossils, so we picked some of them up. And then my father made an agreement with the University of California and Mrs. Bell, the owner of the gravel pit, that all the fossils we found there would go to the University of California.
Yep.
And they would study them scientifically, and they would always be deposited at the university. So we made that agreement, and none of the fossils would go to private hands. So I never had a fossil in my childhood, ever.
Yep.
We collected them and cleaned them and worked them out. So that was an agreement between the owners of the Bell gravel pit, that was Mrs. Bell, Anna Bell, and UC Berkeley. And that's why they all ended up at UC Berkeley.
Yep.
Because whatever we dug on Saturdays, by Monday they came by and picked them up. And our Sundays were always spent as children cleaning fossils in our front room. And in spite of my mother's protests. No, it was.
I don't think this gentleman is still with us, unfortunately. But there's a few different videos here. I think there's 3 parts to this. Yeah, with him talking about this at a museum event that was honoring him and his cohort here at the Math Science Nucleus Children's Natural History Museum of Fremont. This is from 2008. Shoot. Yeah. I'm not sure if any of the boy paleontologists are still with us, but I happen to have a copy of the Life magazine issue that kind of made them famous across the U.S. So let me grab that over here. There we go. And we'll take a look at that. There you go, Care Bear Bonfire. So here we go. It wasn't the cover story for this issue, but it was still really important. And again, let me find that particular clip here.
The war.
The young fossil hunters gained national attention when Life magazine featured their exploits, christening them the boy paleontologists.
The story they published followed that was December the 10th, 1945. The war had ended, and so this was important. What did our youth
1945
do during the war?
What they did was to discover a unique... Yeah, okay. So this is just after the end of World War II. So World War II officially ended, I think, September 2nd, 1945. This is, American servicemen are still coming home at this point. December 10th, 1945. And that's kind of the hook for this article, is like, look at what American kids were doing at the time. Digging up fossils. I love these ads. This is lovely stuff. Yeah, get wrecked, Nazis. Where are our boy paleontologists? There we go.
You don't need to salute the paleontologists.
Beef Cheeks, thank you for the follow. Welcome, welcome. Yeah, boy paleontologists. Young Californians have fun studying old bones. Out in the hilly countryside near Hayward in Northern California. So this is before Fremont was actually incorporated as a town, as far as I know. A group of 11 boys, ranging in age from 8 to 17, have made an exciting occupation out of the boyhood pastime of digging for buried treasure. Every Saturday, they trek out into the country equipped with picks, hammers, tool brushes, and shovels and chisels in determined search for fossils. They gotta catch them all. They started hunting million-year-old relics a year and a half ago when one of them accidentally discovered a mammoth's tooth. Now they call themselves the Rockhounds and have unearthed a total of 490 valuable bone specimens of extinct mammoths, camels, horses, mastodons, and whales. They didn't find any whales there. That is not correct. Their most important discovery was a complete set of horns of a rare species of antelope named Tetrameryx irvingtonensis. Sturton was the one who named it, which they presented to the University of California. So this is the first time that anybody had ever found this particular animal. So this was a brand new critter. Tetrameryx. There we go. So this is related to modern pronghorn. Check it out. Yeah, there's multiple species of this critter, but Tetrameryx irvingtonensis is the one that that we're talking about here. Beautiful animal. Tetrameryx irvingtonensis. There we go. Yeah. Now, the boys devote about 13 hours every week to hunting, cleaning, and assembling fossils. Besides gaining first-hand understanding of paleontology, they've added to their incidental knowledge of chemistry, geology, and botany. They get occasional guidance from an amateur fossil enthusiast and university professor, but are entirely on their own much of the time. A few Hayward girls went on a few trips, but gave up because they complained the boys walk too fast. That's... Honestly, it's probably the case that, like, the girls just didn't have proper shoes for this. I know that's often an issue. When I've taken lady friends on various things, it's like, oh, I didn't bring the right shoes for this. Back at the time, it's like, oh, you can't wear those. Those are boys' boots. You know? It is less than ideal that they're called the boy paleontologists. You know, because women are just as capable of field work too. I know this from experience. Anywho. Yeah. So we've got some photos here. En route to the digging grounds, some of the young bone detectives, laden with tools, skillfully walk the rail. Some trips take them about 15 miles from their homes. At the digging grounds, the work of unearthing specimens is hard and hot. The boys dig while Wesley Gordon, assistant superintendent of the Hayward Park, looks on. And removing a fossil, Bill Seaver, 15, gently brushes away loose dirt and stones with meticulous care. The fossil specimen is part of the backbone of a huge mammoth. So this kind of gives you a sense for, you know, what this article is like. This was like their big introduction on a national scale to the general American public. So this is a big deal. You know, they're featured in Life magazine. It's good stuff. Cleaning the fossils, studying them. Man, there's so many ads in this. And I think that might be the end. Might be the end. Yeah. But anyway, good stuff. Yeah. There are so many other... I only had access to this. I purchased this myself in order to make that video, so I could get images and stuff, but I've now got access to so many more photos. I'm going to be doing a second draft of that video at some point. We want to polish it up a little bit and really get it dialed in so that we can send it to the governor's office, send it to all kinds of state and county officials. But the city of Fremont already knows about this, and they are already, it seems, pretty excited about it. Which is good. If we've got the city on board, then we can rock and roll, you know? So yeah, pretty excited about that. And Jazzy Cat says, is it near a fault line? It is. That's why the site exists. It is right there on the Hayward Fault. Here we go. So the Hayward Fault right here. You've heard of the San Andreas Fault, which runs along here. In fact, this is basically, you can kind of see it there. Or at least that's... Yeah, it kind of runs like this, and then I think it goes west of San Francisco here. But that's the the San Andreas Fault, and then the Hayward Fault is right here. So this is where you've got two different plates. One of them is moving north and one of them is moving south. The one to the west, I believe, is moving south. The one to the east is moving north. And so that runs right through here. The reason why we've got such an elevated spot right there where these fossils are exposed, where they used to be valley floor, is because you had, at one point, the west part of the fault slipped. And so you've got what we call a fault escarpment there. Wrong image. There we go. So that's where you get a big landslide right there on a fault. There you go. There's a decent diagram for you there. I wish it were bigger. But that's why these fossils were exposed in the first place. As that you've got a fault scarp there. Here's another example of one. This is a much smaller one. But yeah, sometimes you get that happening. So at the time that these fossils were deposited, about 1 million years ago, they were on a valley floor. So they're preserved in these gravels. So you've got all of these different clasts, like, you know, rocks and stones and bits of detritus like that, along with a bunch of bones that all got washed in. These are part of an ancient river system. And rivers obviously don't go up over the tops of mountains. Water is pulled by gravity down to the lowest spot. At the time these fossils were laid down, it was a valley floor, and there was a big river cutting through. But then there was a big earthquake at some point in the last 1 million years, and you had some of this land get pushed up. So when we look at, here we go. A lot of the fossils are down here in this ravine. But this area where we're standing up here in the Fremont Hills, this used to be valley floor. And it was, either it was pushed up or the valley floor dropped. And that's why you've got this topographical difference nowadays. That's why you've got this topography there. Does that make sense? Yeah. So yeah. Yeah. Good stuff. And Sothi, this is Ariel Tonesi right here. I didn't have time to actually put everybody's names in here before I had to finish this. This is right before I left for the field last year. But yeah, she is getting her master's degree at the South Dakota School of Mines right now. 1S, Sothi. Yeah. Here, you can find her on Instagram. Yeah, here she is here. There you go. Claire Burr already found her. Yeah. Yeah. Quick on the draw there, Claire Burr. Yeah. Yeah, here's her poster at SVP this year. Yeah. Good stuff. Anyway, she's mostly a mammal person. She's looking to work on insectivores, things like mice, voles, rodents. Yeah. Anywho. Good stuff. One of the reasons why I am just giddy about this whole project, like trying to get this museum built, is the location. So I don't know if you can really see it here, but Highway 680 runs right through there. And then the BART line, Bay Area Rapid Transit, runs right along there. The BART line is very, very close to this site. And if we are able to build a museum here, it will be like walking distance to a proposed BART station. BART, the Bay Area Rapid Transit, is our light rail system in the Bay Area. And different BART, DM Wing. Not Bart Simpson. Do the BART man. No. The Bay Area Rapid Transit System is very near and dear to my heart. I would not be where I am today if it hadn't been for BART. The Bay Area would not be what it is today if it weren't for BART. I am a huge BART fan. the whole reason I got my start as a paleontologist was I could take the train from where I lived when I was in high school to Berkeley to go to the Museum of Paleontology every day. During the summers, every day I wasn't in school, and some days that I was in school too. Occasionally in senior year, I used to cut school and hop the train to Berkeley to go hang out with the paleontologists there and work on fossils. But yeah, public transit, Charlie's Dragon. Yes, indeed. I would not be where I am today if it weren't for BART. It opened up doors for me that... It changed my life, you know? And the idea, like I said here in the video, yeah. And for construction just blocks away. The museum and dig site together have the potential to become one of the most visited attractions in the region. This could be huge. And there's already a couple of videos up on YouTube from BART, official videos. Before they even knew about the whole fossil thing. They, there. They already had plans for this.
Is coming, and it's time for community input. We hope you'll join us for the first community open house.
Yeah. DMing says, doesn't BART already run south of Fremont? Yeah, way south of Fremont. Goes down to San Jose at this point. Yeah. This is building another station along the line. So, this is not the end of the line. This is a station before you reach the terminus.
Irvington will be home to Fremont's third BART station.
Yep.
The future Irvington BART station will be located in the historic Irvington district, halfway between the two existing Fremont BART stations.
Does that make sense? So yeah, in between Warm Springs and Fremont BART.
The station will be located by the Washington and Osgood intersection.
Yeah.
The Irvington
this is
BART
just blocks away from the fossil site.
In conjunction with the Warm Springs extension in 2003. Funding for further planning and construction of the station was approved when Alameda County voters passed Measure BB in 2014. The City of Fremont and BART are now collectively moving forward to plan the Irvington BART station. The public is invited to get involved and stay informed on two plans that will impact the area. The station site plan focuses on the new BART station itself, and the station
It's kind of near the Fry's DMing, sort of. Yeah.
Of the area that surrounds the station. As originally planned, the Irvington BART station will be built on an approximately 18-acre site, which includes a number of parcels, the majority of which are owned by BART.
Yep.
The station site includes two right-of-way segments for an extension of the East Bay Greenway bike and pedestrian trail.
Yep.
The site also includes
So excited about this.
west of the right-of-ways and east of Osgood Road, including the historic Gallegos Winery site. The Irvington BART station site plan will determine where the concourse, pedestrian bridge, pedestrian and bicycle access, bus and drop-off points, and parking lots are located.
Yep. So anyway, you get the idea. Yeah. This is going to be a big deal. I think plans for this have stalled a little bit since COVID. This video was uploaded 7 years ago. These things tend to move pretty slowly. But I'm hoping that when we're drafting up plans for the museum and getting the public excited about this, bringing people on board, that can also help fast-track getting that BART station built. If we've got support from the BART Transit District, from the city, from the county, from the state, hopefully that can dovetail with the building of this new BART station too. And we can kind of support each other in this whole process. So yeah. Again, don't say that. But yeah. And Mizabet, Amtrak does go through there too. Yeah, you saw the tracks for it earlier. Yeah. So the Union Pacific Railroad tracks are also what Amtrak runs on. Right there. Wood, thank you for the 13 months of support. I really appreciate that. Here, we can get our alerts reactivated here. There we go.
You know, speaking of dinosaurs, did you realize that chickens were a lot like little dinosaurs?
I did realize that.
Until I read a book called The Dinosaur Chicken Conspiracy.
Wood.
But apparently the poultry farmers don't want us to know anything about it, so they've hushed it up.
Wood, thank you for the 13 months. I appreciate you. Thanks for helping keep me here online. Let's get our alerts turned back on this too. Yeah. Good stuff. Good stuff. Yeah. Anywho, very, very exciting stuff. Yeah. I think long-time viewers of this channel, long-time community members, are aware that kind of my ultimate goal here in the Bay Area, like a lifelong dream of mine, is to establish a public fossil museum here in the Bay Area. That's one of the reasons why I moved back to California from Montana, as I realized I wanted to help make that happen. And I thought I was going to have to start from scratch. I thought I was going to have to rally all the support myself, come up with the plan, come up with a reason for the whole thing. And then last September, I got an email from a colleague at Berkeley, and she said, "Hey, why don't you come down to Fremont? There's a museum project I think you might be interested in, Danny." So in a sense, this kind of fell into my lap. I'm not used to that happening, you know? So I'm very, very excited about this. It is super exciting. And we are absolutely ripe for that here in the Bay Area. Like I said in the video, there's over 10 million people that live in this region. About 7 million of those people would be able to access this museum via public transit. We've got an obscene amount of money here in the Bay Area. Silicon Valley, San Francisco, San Jose, Oakland. This is doable. We've got the people. Hopefully we'll be able to get the money. And there is a public hunger for this. At UCMP at Berkeley, there's a friend of mine runs the front desk there. Her name's Chris. She says that she gets multiple phone calls every week, sometimes a great many phone calls. People saying, "Hey, I was reading about your museum. When are you open, and when can I take my kids to see the fossils and all of that?" And Chris has to go, "Well, shoot, I'm sorry, but we're not really a public museum. There's a few fossil displays out in the hallway between the classrooms, like the Tyrannosaurus skeleton and a few other odds and ends here and there. There's a nice Triceratops skull and stuff, but, this is in an academic building on a college campus. It's not like a public museum." And those people are usually really disappointed, because we don't have a public fossil museum anywhere in the Bay Area. Doesn't exist. We've got so many amazing things here in the Bay Area. In the beautiful, sunny San Francisco Bay Area, we do not have a public fossil museum. We know that there is interest in this. We know that parents want to take their kids to a fossil museum. We know that there are interested young people who want to go look at fossils. We know that there are so many school kids who would come here on field trips. We don't have a fossil museum, which is nuts, you know? It's crazy that we don't have that, but we just don't. It's an open niche, wide open. I intend to fill that niche. So yeah. There's rice-a-roni, there's... MS Hammer Time, it might surprise you to learn that, despite being called the San Francisco treat, rice-a-roni is not really a thing in San Francisco. Yeah. Hang on a second. Yeah. This is not a thing in San Francisco.
Everybody grab a seat. A flavor that is sure to please. Rice-a-roni, the San Francisco treat.
I am mystified by this.
Also from Rice-a-roni, try the great taste of Pastaroni's new reduced fat fettuccine Alfredo.
But yeah, the San Francisco treat. I have lived in the San Francisco Bay Area for about 2/3 of my life at this point. I moved away to Montana for a while, to become a paleontologist. This is not a thing in San Francisco. This is like a weird marketing thing. I don't know where they got it from. They're like, we need a tagline for this product. We'll call it the San Francisco treat. Do you know where rice-a-roni is actually manufactured? This is really funny to me because it's not manufactured in some podunk town in some obscure place. Rice-a-roni they don't say it here, but if you look on the back of the box, rice-a-roni, the San Francisco treat, is manufactured in Chicago, Illinois. In Chicago, Illinois. Yeah. Couldn't they have used Chicago as their city? But yeah. Yeah. Not as catchy though? I guess not. Maybe people don't like Chicago as much as... Maybe it doesn't have that... I can understand that it wouldn't have that same kind of romantic appeal as San Francisco, you know? Maybe I'm biased. I think Chicago is also a very nice town. They've got better fossil museums than we've got. The Field Museum is incredible. In fact, that's a good point. We deserve a fossil museum as good as the Field Museum in Chicago. Anywho. Yeah. Game Over says it was developed in San Francisco and the family is from there? Is that right? Mission District of San Francisco. Because of its origins, it was called the San Francisco treat. Huh. Oh, interesting. Anyway, it's manufactured in Chicago. Huh. I didn't know that. Yeah. Anywho. But yeah. Cisco Communications. I know they've got a Golden Gate Bridge as their logo there, sir. Yeah, so it probably got something to do with San Francisco. But anyway, we've got a lot of stuff in the Bay Area. But one of the things that we're not super well known for is fossils, which is there we go. It's not on YouTube, but we can find it on the KQED website, I'm sure. Let's see. Oh, they've even got a story about the Children's Natural History Museum. I didn't know that. Yeah. But I'm trying to find you a radio story about this that KQED did a few years back. Here it is. Yeah. Good stuff.
Have you ever heard a Bay Curious episode that you just had to share? One you wish you could bottle up and give to someone because you know they'd enjoy it? Well, the Bay Curious book might be just the ticket. This snappy little paperback features 49 stories about the San Francisco Bay Area, and it makes for a lovely and affordable gift this holiday season. Find it at a Bay Area bookstore near you or online. Details at kqed.org/BayCuriousBook.
Anyway, this is supposed to be a
Hi,
podcast.
it's Jen Chien, director of KQED's podcast department.
All right.
We like to say that
How do I scrub through
podcasting is
this?
a team sport. It takes producers, editors, engineers, hosts.
Well, maybe I'm just going to give you the link because I don't know if I want to listen to this much throat clearing at the beginning of this. On well, we've got 565 people watching. There's a link. But yeah. Anyhow, and it's not the Eons lady. That's different voice, Hannies. Yeah. And different person. But anyway, my old mentor Pat Holroyd, right there, is featured in this. The scientist in charge of the vertebrate collections at UCMP says a non-exhaustive list of the remarkable creatures that roamed the Bay Area during the last ice age would include mammoths, mastodons, camels, sloths, a musk ox relative called a shrub ox, short-faced bears, dire wolves, and saber-toothed cats. This is a neat episode. I just wish that they had a player that where you could scrub through and go to a particular point. But I don't think they're gonna let us do that. Anyhow, yeah. And Henny says, I love that America had camels. So we talk about this just about every time I do a live stream from a zoo. And it always blows people's minds. Let's see. Let's search zoo on the YouTube page. I was at a zoo in Iowa when I was talking about this, but I don't know if that one's up on here. Well, here we start off in the Pleistocene section. That's good enough.
Do we have audio and video? Thank you, Lenina and Claire Burr. Hello, everybody. Welcome back to Paleontologizing. Welcome to the San Diego Zoo. I've got a short-faced bear behind me right here.
This is one of those critters that we've got fossils of from Fremont.
Kind of a Pleistocene area. This is super, super cool, and I'm excited to show you.
So this is back this past year, September, on my way back from TwitchCon.
And, yeah, anyway, check this out. Big concrete, short-faced bear. These guys existed here in California until just a few thousand years ago.
Yep.
Very,
like
very
last
cool.
Thursday, geologically speaking.
Yeah. If it's your very first time here, then welcome to Paleontologizing. My name is Danny Anduza. I'm a dinosaur paleontologist, and I do science outreach here on Twitch. I'm here today at the San Diego Zoo on my way back from TwitchCon. We're going to be linking up with Scient Streams.
Me too,
we'll be trying to track them
Petrodactylus,
down and just talking about biology, talking about animals, talking about plants, talking about evolution, talking about conservation. So I'm glad you're here. Welcome, welcome, everybody.
So many animals we just missed.
Cool. Oh,
well, we, meaning human beings, may have actually driven them into extinction.
Arctodus is the genus name for the short-faced bear. Really, really cool critter. Again, native to here in California. They were here until just a few thousand years ago during the last ice age.
Yep.
We've also got a Smilodon over here too, our state fossil in California.
Oh, and there's a wild lordie over there.
She's got to go call home
She's fleeing.
and talk to her family, so she's taking a bit of a break. But check this out, Smilodon.
Is it Smilodon or is that a scimitar tooth cat?
This is so cool. Pose for photos with it and everything. Pretty blunt canines here. I don't think they want people bumping their heads.
That might be a scimitar tooth cat.
Super neat. They even got the forelimbs right. Super robust right here. Very, very cool. Yeah. Excellent. Extinct saber-toothed cat. Pretty neat. Yeah.
I guess it is supposed to be Smilodon, huh?
Well, yes, indeed. Awesome. And hello there, you too, Grim Deviant. Hello, hello. This is where Lordy and I just got lunch at the Saber-Tooth Mexican Grill.
Good food there, yeah. I'd recommend it.
Good stuff. They've got an excellent vegetarian burrito. Well, pretty good at least. Let's take a look at the Pleistocene mural that they have over here.
This was the one I was trying to find you earlier.
We talk about this all the time.
A William Stout mural.
We've got present-day California with a menagerie of different mammals and birds. Plants and some reptiles in here too. California quail, black bear, mountain lion, white-tailed deer, bobcat, condors.
So yeah, so this is today, or pretty recently at least, before so much of this area was paved over. But these are critters that you can see today here in California.
All of those critters also existed here during the Pleistocene, but they were joined by critters like ground sloths, Columbian mammoths, short-faced bears, American lions, pronghorn and teratorns, mastodons, and camels, saber-toothed cats.
And check out the tapir right there, too.
And tapirs. This is so cool. I love this mural. Who did this? What's the,
It's William Stout, Daddy.
Well, well, well. Mural sketch by William Stout.
Yes, and I actually got to meet William Stout at SVP this year. I'll show you a picture. Let's see. Yeah, there's the man himself, William Stout. Possibly my favorite living artist. Really cool guy. And he does some incredible work.
That is brilliant. Is this the same one that we saw at... I want to say it's different from the one we saw at the San Diego Natural History Museum. I'd love to have a print of this at home. This is so cool.
And Ken, I am very much aware of that that mural. There's a whole book about it, Ken, which I'd recommend. Here. Let's find it. Excellent book right here by David Rains Wallace, Beasts of Eden. This is a really neat book about Cenozoic mammals and kind of the history of their study. Walking whales, dawn horses, and other enigmas of mammal evolution. It uses Zellinger's Age of Mammals mural as kind of an outline for discussing all of these different critters. as a framing device. It's a pretty clever book. I like it a lot. I'd highly recommend it if you're interested in learning not just the history of the mural, but the fossil history of mammals during the Cenozoic.
Observation. You couldn't see a thing. Conclusion. Dinosaurs.
Glad to be here.
Hope,
Even though
thank
I'm
you
feeling overwhelmed
for the 2
99%
months.
of the time and often zoning out. It's still a privilege, nonetheless. Thanks, Danny and Mods less than 3.
Hope, I appreciate your ongoing support. Thank you, thank you. Sorry you feel a little overwhelmed. Not sure what's... I hope things improve for you in your life. It's good to have you here. Thanks for joining us. I'm honored. Appreciate you. This is a book that I got for Fisher, Ken. I got him the hardcover version and sent it to him. Oh, it's a lot of new information to take in. Oh, definitely, Hope. Yeah. No, I understand. I'm glad you're here. And I know we kind of jump around a lot. But there's so much to cover, you know? If paleontology weren't such a vibrant field of science, then I could afford to be a little bit more easygoing and slow and, you know, kind of lackadaisical about things. But holy cow, there's always so much to cover and so many questions coming in, tangents, all kinds of stuff. You know? Yeah. Anywho, yeah. And Cirque, I don't think you're in the minority in that opinion. I don't even think that's an opinion. Opinion is like not a strong enough descriptor for that viewpoint. I think that's, I don't know, much closer to a fact that yes, people with disabilities should have accommodations that should allow them to, you know, participate in activities, in events, and everything else like everybody should, you know? Yeah, absolutely. So I'm not sure why you think it's controversial, Cirque. I agree with that viewpoint 1,000,000%. Yeah. Yeah. Anywho. Yeah. Let's continue.
And yeah, only 12,000 years ago. This is while the first people were here in California, you know? First people had kind of just arrived. There's even an American cheetah right there, just above the tusks of the Columbian mammoth.
Right here, you see it?
Very cool. We've got American horses, we've got bison, we've got some capybara-like critters. Who are these? Number 10. Yes. Number 10.
Our signal cut out there.
Hydrochira species. Very cool. Anyway, with any luck, we'll be having a lot more Pleistocene stuff on Paleontologizing before too long. Can't quite tell you about that yet, but...
Now you know about it. Now you know about it. See, I've been dropping these hints like this for months and months and months. And now you finally get to know about this, you know? Shoot, yeah.
Cross your fingers. Anyway, yeah. Let me look at Balint's stream and see where they seem to be at the moment. They're looking at some water right now. Oh, they're looking at tigers right now. Well. Emotional Bagel says, are humans responsible for mammoths going extinct? That seems to be the case, yeah. At least in the sense...
And Nazoon was asking about this too. How much of that is gone because of humans? These, all these critters here? A great many of them. In fact... Well, like I was saying earlier, there's a big debate right now whether it was primarily a changing climate that drove the megafauna into extinction so recently, or whether it was the arrival of humans that happened at the same time. I haven't published anything on Pleistocene mammals. I'm not an expert on these guys, at least not yet. That might be changing with this big museum project and everything else. We'll see. But for whatever my opinion is worth, which is probably not very much, I think the arrival of humans is probably what led to their extinction. These guys had survived all kinds of climatic changes, you know, up until the arrival of humans, and then as soon as humans show up, they're gone. So, yeah. Yeah.
We've got American horses, we've got...
Anywho.
In places like the Channel Islands of California, and
there we go.
Emotional Bagel says, are humans responsible for mammoths going extinct? That seems to be the case, yeah. At least in the sense that there were some relic populations of mammoths that existed in places like the Channel Islands of California, and then, where else?
There you go, Bondo. Yeah, that is
also,
probably
like,
part of
Island
it.
in northern Russia, and those do seem to have been hunted to extinction. So yeah, the ultimate extinction of the mammoths does seem to lie in our hands. That's something that we did.
We
Anyway,
as
let's
humans.
walk past the elephant friend over here.
Yeah, anyway, I'll give you links so that you can watch the rest of this if you would like. Yeah. Anywho. Yeah. And Alice Amide says, I'm a lurker here. Thank you, Alice, for being here. I appreciate you. I love our lurkers here, too. Anywho. Yeah. I didn't realize it, but the tiny little museum that I'm going to be designing some exhibits for, producing exhibits for, they've got an article here on KQED. The Bay Area's best geology museum, Children's Natural History Museum in Fremont, California. Excellent. This is from 2013, 11 years ago. Shoot. The Children's Natural History Museum is under the radar in a modest building in Fremont. But under the management of Joyce Bluford, a trained paleontologist with a PhD from UC Santa Cruz, Joyce mostly worked on radiolaria. Radiolaria are these microscopic marine organisms. So think of them like plankton. Some plankton are radiolaria. There we go. The museum gives thousands of local students and their teachers the chance to put their hands on real scientific tools and geological treasures. The core attraction is a set of specimens from the Bay Area's greatest fossil find, the Ice Age mammals of the Irvington Gravels. And Ironbark.
50,000 a year has been well spent.
Ironbark, thank you for the 28 months of support. Now at tier 3. Really appreciate that, Ironbark. Thank you for keeping me here. Good stuff. Yeah. Yeah. Some of the museum's best fossils are appearing right now at the Alameda County Fair. Yeah, they do outreach events like that. Yeah. The sand and gravel quarries of Irvington. This is, you know, our fossil site where we're hoping to establish the new museum. Irvington was one of the 5 towns that incorporated as Fremont in 1956. They are a rich source of fossil bones. Thank you, Mark Melbourne, for gifting Alice Amide. I appreciate that, Mark Melbourne. Thank you, thank you.
Take the phone to mommy now.
And Ms. Hammertime. Well, well, well. Thank you for the 2 months of support. Thank you kindly. Really appreciate that. Good stuff. Thank you for that. Yeah. Yeah. Starting in the 1940s, they were, fossils were assiduously collected by longtime East Bay teacher Wes Gordon. He loved to teach science as a hands-on activity, and Gordon's group of high school students, high school assistants, were immortalized by Life magazine as the boy paleontologist. We just looked at that issue of Life magazine. The fossils of Irvington are the scientific basis of a formal North American land mammal age, the Irvingtonian. Much of the fossil trove went to UC Berkeley, but other local institutions were given fossils to promote their science teaching. Gordon's pride and joy was the science museum he maintained for the San Lorenzo School District, which included many Irvington fossils, a large rock and mineral collection, a set of Ohlone artifacts. Ohlone were some of the native people who lived here at the time of Europeans arriving. And century-old taxidermied animals cast off by the DeYoung Museum. After Wes Gordon died, his collections became the heart of the Children's Natural History Museum. I walked in one afternoon, and Bluford, Joyce, led me to some of the large Irvington bones, still half encased in their hard gravel matrix. Nowhere else in the world can you simply pick up this material from a shelf in your own hands. The collection has bones of mammoths, camels, horses, wolves, pronghorns, large cats, and more, all from the Ice Age species that are now extinct. You can go visit this museum too and have that same experience. I'm so excited to be building them some dinosaur exhibits too. One little thing that impressed me when I visited the museum was the rocks for sale in the gift shop. They're real rocks that you can learn from, not just pretty pebbles, and they're priced low. Yeah, the gift shop there is exquisite. Yeah, if you need little gifts for people who love natural history, visit the gift shop in Fremont. The rest of the museum is also full of real stuff, ready to unlock a child's mind and engage a teacher's skills in ways that no website or interactive kiosk can offer. The museum also has a small planetarium. I think they're working on getting a bigger one at this point. Room full of microscopes and microfossils to use them on, and lots of skulls and bones and shells. 2 classrooms for groups of young students. That's where I was teaching classes last winter. There's also an exhibit on the boy paleontologists. More Irvington fossil stuff is out there. If an effort can be mounted and funded, and maybe a new set of young paleontologists, no longer limited to boys, can arise. That is what we're trying to do. This is so cool. I didn't know that this article existed. I'll give you a link right there. Yeah. Excellent. Now, Joyce Bluford is showing some of the best fossils from the Children's Natural History Museum at the Alameda County Fair. They did the same thing this past year. Good stuff. This is really, really cool. As I work on some of these exhibits for the museum, you'll be seeing a lot of that stuff here on stream. A lot of the 3D printing that we're going to be doing over the next year is going to be for the Children's Natural History Museum for these exhibits. That's, again, why I got that second 3D printer. So we can print things twice as fast. Now the dual 3D printers make sense? Yes, Steely Dan. Yes. Yeah. And, you know, people just kept asking me. Chatters kept saying, Danny, why are you printing all of these different things that you don't have room for in your office or in your house? That is why. And Miss Capri, thank you for those 10 gift subs there. I appreciate that very deeply. As does this lovely Tinamou bird. Celebrating your generosity with some trumpeting calls here. Really, really appreciate that. And look how excited this bird is. Oh, shoot.
Miss Capri Kell is overloading the system with 10 gift subs.
Thank you, Miss Capri Kell. I appreciate you. Don't worry about that bird. I'm sure he's fine. Yeah. Thank you. There's 10 chatters who I'm sure are also very grateful right now for your generosity. They won't have to watch any ads here for the next 30 days. Thanks to you. Good stuff. Thank you. Yeah. And Suavorio says, my theory for the big news was you were printing fossils for a big charity event. It's even cooler than that. We're making dinosaur exhibits for the museum in Fremont. Yeah. And some of these that I've been working on for a while are going to go to the Children's Natural History Museum of Fremont. I'm going to try and build them some world-class, slightly low budget, but world-class dinosaur exhibits. Based, with the resources that I have. Without using actual fossils, for the most part. Yeah. And I'm trying to get creative with some of the stuff that already exists there. So, they've got these on display currently. these dinosaur models, which were produced, I think back in the 1920s, these might be 100 years old at this point. And they're, I mean, they're not great. But there can be a certain beauty in that, you know? These are one of a kind. They are original. Nothing else like these exists. So they are special in that sense. But we can use these as a teaching tool. My idea that I proposed to Joyce is to take these, put them on display alongside brand new sculpts of dinosaurs. For this Stegosaurus, I will digitally sculpt a modern Stegosaurus based on the latest information about the animal's posture, about its gait, based on maybe not new ideas about its coloration. I might want to use the same kind of color scheme just so that we've got like an easy one-to-one comparison between these. So I might use the same color schemes, given that we don't know what color Stegosaurus was, or Diplodocus, or Tyrannosaurus, or who is this? Allosaurus? Pachycephalosaurus? I'm not really sure who this is supposed to be. But yeah, is it supposed to be Pachycephalosaurus, or is it supposed to be like Allosaurus? I don't know, they don't really have a label on them. The head looks bumpy like Pachycephalosaurus, but I think it's maybe supposed to be Allosaurus. I'm not totally sure. Yeah. Anyway, the idea is to have a modern representative of each of these dinosaurs and put them side by side in a display case. Have some explanatory text highlighting the differences, talking about how our picture of dinosaurs has changed over the past 100 years. I think that could be a really cool exhibit. So that's one of the first ones that I have planned. And I'll be sculpting some of those live on stream. So you can look forward to that too. It's going to be a ton of fun. I'll sculpt them, and I'll 3D print them, and I'll paint them. And I'll be doing a lot of this work live on Twitch. Yeah. And Dan the BC Man says, I would keep the old ones. No, that's the idea, is we have them side by side. We'll have the new ones and the old ones side by side so that we can talk about, you know, because these are interesting in and of themselves. They're a piece of history here. We're not going to throw them away. But we're going to use them to highlight how much we've learned about dinosaurs over the past century. So yeah. Yeah. Anywho, and thank you for the hype train, everybody. Holy cow. I appreciate that. I don't know if we'll get to our sub goal this week. We're almost halfway through the week. We'll see. We might get there. Yeah. But yeah. Allocephalosaurus to go isolated. Yeah. Yeah. So what would there? Oh, neat, Miss Capri Kel. I've not been to the Denver Museum of Nature and Science since 2022, I think. It's been a good while. And XVR says, any chance you might be able to share the models after you sculpt them? STL files. Possibly. Yeah. We'll see about that. Since I'm producing them for the museum, I'll have to ask my boss about that. But she might be amenable to the idea, yeah. Yeah. I suspect she will be. Put those up on my website or whatever. Yeah. A set of them as keychains. A set of what, Fuzz Folly? A set of these as keychains? Because I don't think they'd make very good keychains. Yeah, anyway. But they do have an excellent gift shop there at Math Science Nucleus at the Children's Natural History Museum of Fremont. Museum shop. Here we go. All kinds of good stuff. It's pretty impressive what they have there. All kinds of Safari Limited models. Other various, like, dinosaur models like this. Since kids are coming through on field trips all the time, they want to have a lot of really, really good science items for kids to buy, because often they've got $5 or $10 in their pocket, and they're really eager to spend it on something that you're going to spend it on whatever. Having good, high-quality, scientifically accurate, or genuine items, that's really important to the mission of Math Science Nucleus and the Children's Museum. The Children's Natural History Museum of Fremont, so yeah. Yeah. And I think they've got a nice write-up about that, too. The Natural History Museum store is for science lovers. It has many hard-to-find items like glassware and toys that actually educate children about science and math. You also have a great selection, of party favors at a reasonable price. The profits from the sale of these items are used to develop new programs. We also have bulk prices. Buying materials from us really ultimately benefits the community. Yeah, good stuff. And exit through the gift shop. You enter and exit through the gift shop at this museum. But yeah. Anywho. And thank you, Otter. I'm excited too. Thanks for being here. I'll see you around. So good stuff. Good stuff. Here, let's get back to this video that we had here with one of the boy paleontologists talking about his experiences when he was a child digging up these fossils, many of which are on display here now.
It was a dirty house. I mean, we had dust. We had this kind of thing all over our home because there were three of us, three brothers sitting there cleaning fossils every Sunday or during the week. And so that's how it all happened. And then we got so the fact of finding fossils was incredible because no one knew that we had these animals, 2 million year old animals wandering around in the area, in the Bay Area and Northern California. And so it became known, and newspapers, just 343 newspaper articles written about us in 14-year period.
Holy cow.
That's how popular it became. And then Life magazine, Associated Press from San Francisco got a hold of the story. They sent it to Time magazine. Time magazine owned it. They owned the Life magazine at the time. And so Time magazine and Life magazine discussed who was going to write the story. And so Life magazine won out because they thought it was a great thing.
Right, pictures.
Pictures, and you know what it was. Life magazine was the picture magazine. And so they got the
I just showed you that earlier.
They sent out a couple that had just married, and they spent their honeymoon out writing this article about us in Life magazine. And they were in their mid-20s, and they just adored all of us, and we adored them, and they could communicate with it. So it was a wonderful experience. They took hundreds of photos, but the 5 photos that and the story they published followed that was December the 10th, 1945.
He's right.
And you can imagine so the war had ended, right? And so this was important. What did our youth do during the war? Did they just scribble on? We have about 5 copies left.
Are the couples still alive?
Oh, we have no idea. That will be researched later. Those are part of the things that have to be researched.
Because it'd be neat to get.
There's no question about it. But they were so adorable, this couple, and they need to be well written up because they enchanted us. We just thought they were fabulous. They climbed the hills with us and got themselves dirty like we did. You know, we were wearing boots and Levi's, and that was it.
And the wife went along too, huh?
Oh yes, and she came along too. So they were on their honeymoon. They spent their honeymoon writing this story about these crazy kids, and it was the first time. It was the first time and almost the only time this has ever happened in the world. That means the entire world. There is no other youth organization except for Mount Diablo, UC Berkeley. They created it, and they guided us and taught us how to dig and how to prepare. And then they took the idea and they used it at Mount Diablo and created a youth excavation. But liability killed it. liability. We had no liability back. You weren't going to sue somebody for breaking an arm. It's your fault, stupid. You know, I mean, that liability, things like that didn't exist back then. And I will say that that cut it off. The liability problem was just too big. And it broke my father's heart that
Well, thanks, Claire. I'll see you around.
Continue.
Thanks for being
He
here.
couldn't even continue it from his school in San Leandro. So, the real interesting story here is that 20,000 fossils go to UC Berkeley, and they're there today. Each one identified in its own drawer. It's something to see. And another 3,000 remained in our home in the basement because my father wanted to create his own museum since the city of Hayward, damn 'em.
Part 2 of that is right here.
$1 that the government offered. They wanted it to be matched by the city. And so Hayward wouldn't do it. They just didn't see the value in fossils. So my father
kicked themselves out.
Well, they kicked themselves out of the game because my brother and I were both from Hayward. We still live in Hayward. They'll never get a fossil in Hayward.
How did your father keep them all if they all went to Berkeley? Did they know
My father always kept some upside because he had this vision of his own museum and the Hayward Museum in mind. Now, if Hayward had built a museum, Berkeley would have given all the fossils we wanted. And
so that's kind of our plan now, is that we're working with some folks at Berkeley, at the Museum of Paleontology there, and the idea is we would get those fossils on loan from Berkeley for the new museum, or they would be transferred. I don't know what the exact details would be. We'd work that out in the future. We'll cross that bridge when we get to it. But this is the idea, is having a huge fossil museum right there in Fremont. And let me pull up that bit of concept art that I did. Here we go. There we are. So this is... I'm not a concept artist by trade, but this is what I was able to throw together, is just so that we've got some sort of imagery here, you know? We've got all those critters in Fremont at the fossil site. Columbian mammoths, ground sloths like Paramylodon here, saber-toothed cats. So yeah, this is my clumsy attempt at just making some kind of basic concept art. But yeah. Throw this in for some color. When mammoths roamed Fremont. Shouting, thank you, Racodactylus. I appreciate that. I don't know. I'm still figuring this stuff out. But, yeah. Yeah, Irvington Park. There you go, Andy's. Yeah. 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 So I use this in the promotional video, and I'll be doing a bunch more concept art like this, too, as the project advances. And as we, you know, try and garner more publicity for it as we talk to people, all that good stuff. Yeah. So yeah. Let's get back to the video there.
so the best fossils are at Berkeley right now. And so they really lost.
Would any of those come back if you got them
Never.
side over?
No, never. But they would make copies of everything we want, and they will do that right now.
And what is the largest one that would, the largest fossil?
Well, there are two fossils that are just astounding. Let me show you a picture of one of them.
Anywho,
Irvingtonensis.
Yeah, so this is Tetrameryx irvingtonensis. So this fossil antilocaprid, it's related to the modern pronghorn. Ken, I know that you're very fond of pronghorn like I am. This is a critter that it's from right there in Fremont. This is where it was originally found, hence Irvingtonensis. Tetrameryx irvingtonensis. Yeah. This is Tetrameric's Schulerai.
Myosaurs always ate their vegetables.
And DeBeast Bob, thank you for the follow. Welcome, welcome. I think that's Irvingtonensis right there. Yeah. Yeah, here we go. You can actually visit the historical park right now. There's not much there to see at the moment until we really start doing more excavations and everything. But there are a few signs there. At Sabercat Historical Park is what it's called. So you can go visit there right now and see some of this stuff. But yeah. Yeah. And DeBeast Bob says, not sure how I ended up here. Were you watching Kit Boga earlier? Because he rated in. I think somebody rated while I was gone. Yep. But I love dinosaurs and fossils, so I'm going to drop a follow. I appreciate that. Welcome to Paleontologizing. My name is Danny Anduza. Dinosaurs are what I study. As a paleontologist, I work on fossils. Dinosaur fossils in particular. Dinosaurs are what I dig up during the summers, and I live stream that too. Dinosaurs are what I publish on in the scientific literature, or what I talk about at scientific conferences, but with this new project, that's very lucky to be part of. I might start working on mammals too. In fact, looks like I'm going to start working on mammals too. Pleistocene mammals, things like saber-toothed cats, mammoths, ground sloths, camels, North American horses, etc. So yeah. Anyway, if you'd like to, well, here, let me give you a link to this. If you'd like to see some of those signs and stuff. If any of you are local in the San Francisco Bay Area, you can drop by and see some of this stuff. Yeah, and here's a page on the boy paleontologists, too, which were the kids who were involved with excavation here back in the 40s and 50s and 60s. There we go. So this is where we're looking to build the museum. But we're going to need about $70 million for this. So the plan as it stands currently is to reopen the fossil quarry here, which we've already started to do. We're already finding fossils. So that part is continuing apace. We're very excited about that. We're going to be renovating and building new exhibits in the little local museum, the Children's Natural History Museum of Fremont. I'm working on that currently. Very excited about that too. And then hopefully we can generate enough enthusiasm out of that, get enough people excited about this that hopefully we can get some big donors to help make this a reality. Build a great big museum on site, a world-class museum, to share these fossils with the people of the Bay Area and with the world. So yeah. Anyhow. What have mammals ever done for us? There you go. Yeah. Anyhow. And Rakadactylus says, okay, if I win the lottery tonight, I know who to call to help put it to good use. I appreciate that, Reiko. I appreciate that. We're hopefully going to be contacting the governor's office, talking to state officials, and maybe going out hat in hand around Silicon Valley. See if anybody might be able to spare a few dozen $1 million. And Deathsaurus says, tell them they need a dinosaur museum in the Bay Area. Here's the thing, is that this is where I'm hoping to have change a few minds about this project too, because the concept as it stands right now is just a Pleistocene-focused museum, just Ice Age mammals, because that's what we've got on site. My idea is to take this and make it more broadly a museum about the fossil history of California. Because you can bet your boots that when kids show up here, you know, they're going to be awestruck by the mammoths and everything, but they're also going to be asking, where are the dinosaurs? I think we need to have a whole walk through time kind of exhibit here. We need to expand beyond just this core concept to include dinosaurs too, and other fossil critters. I want to have a whole, you know, California Paleontology Museum. So yeah. The kids do love dinosaurs, and that will be a selling point. That's the thing, is that Ice Age mammals are really cool. Really, really cool. They're very charismatic. Especially the megafauna, especially mammoths and ground sloths and saber-toothed cats. But they don't have the same draw that dinosaurs do. If you want to get people in the door, you got to do dinosaurs also. And we do have a few dinosaurs here in the Bay Area, in California, not in the Bay Area, but in California. The thing is, during the age of dinosaurs, California was largely underwater. So here, this is about 105 million years ago, so this would be like, you know, middle Cretaceous here. The beginning part of the late Cretaceous. Or no, the end of the early Cretaceous, whatever. It's like Cenomanian. The Bay Area was underwater. Western California was underwater at the time. And so the only dinosaurs that we have from the Cretaceous of California are all found in marine sediments, marine strata. They're dinosaurs that died, drifted out to sea, got buried in ocean bottom mud. But we do have a few dinosaurs here. We saw some at the San Diego Museum of Natural History.
They're living in and around forests, eating leaves. So they've got those high crown.
Here we go.
Gorgeous, gorgeous mural by William Stout. This is just incredible. I've seen pictures in a minute. But first, I want to give you a sense for what you're looking at. This is an ankylosaur.
This is Aletapelta here.
Aletapelta, which by all rights should be our state dinosaur here in California. It's kind of an odd story that it didn't become our state dinosaur. But yeah, and this is life size. I love that they have this here, this fleshed out model, and I love that they put a tail club on the end too. So this critter is one of the best preserved dinosaurs from California. We'll see it over there in a minute. Let's just
not Eupliocephalus, this is Aletapelta.
These big
Crimson Carnotaurus, Aletapelta. Yeah, it's dinosaur here. There is a link for you. Oh, Charlie's Dragon already provided. Thank you, Charlie's Dragon. Yeah.
Osteoderms, these big armor plates. It's a bone embedded in the skin. A flexible suit of armor. Big sacral shield back here to protect the hips. Yeah. And then big old shoulder spikes as well. It's lovely. Look at that head. So this is clearly based on Eupliocephalus.
Yep.
Just like the skull is just a solid box of fused bone. And I don't know if they really portrayed it here, but these guys presumably had armored eyelids as well. Solid bone eyelids to protect their eyes.
So, as I was saying there, it is based on this critter. This is Eupliocephalus right here. Oh, pretty cool, huh, Sweetie Pie? Yeah. So Eupliocephalus, as Crimson Carnotaurus was asking, is another ankylosauridae dinosaur. Here's my 3D print of Eupliocephalus skull. Pretty cool, right? Hey, thanks, sweetie. And you're just determined to get in front of all the cameras, aren't you? Aren't you? Yeah. Good stuff.
Kind of crazy to think about, you know? I've said it many times, I'll say it again. What kind of a lifestyle are you leading where you need to have solid bone eyelids, you know? What kind of fights are you getting into in order for to evolve a structure like that? Just nuts. Super interesting.
Let's look at the actual fossil here. There we go.
So this is the actual specimen on display. What's really interesting about this is that, well, at the time, California was largely underwater. This is a land-dwelling dinosaur, but its remains were found in ocean bottom strata, marine sediments. So this critter somehow washed out to sea and was preserved like this.
Jim says part of it. Yeah, there's more of it there, right? Jim, are you an author on this paper, actually? I know Tracy Ford is one of the authors. I think he's lead author, but here, let's look at that. Aletta Pelta. There we go. Yeah. So, Jim is one of the authors on this paper. Or on the reclassifying it as a nodosaurid rather than as an ankylosaurid rather than a nodosaurid, rather. Yeah. Oh, and describing it as a new genus and species. Okay. Good stuff. Anyway, this is in the Indiana University Press book, The Armored Dinosaurs, edited by Ken Carpenter. Yeah. And fell off a cliff. Yeah, that would make sense for how this animal ended up where it did. Yeah.
Covered with oysters. Spondylus subnodosa, extinct thorny oyster. So these are fossil oysters. Again, this critter was found, I think, near San Diego. Where was it found originally? Yeah. Pretty cool. An Osteoderm reef combo. There you go, Alexander Morrison, yeah. Dinosaur was found lying on its back, belly up, with many bones connected as they were.
And there's granite boulders around it in the mud. That's really interesting, Jim. Yeah. It would make sense, you know, because it was found in pretty deep spot, right? Yeah. It would make sense if this were like a landslide or something that had
in life. Shark teeth, oysters,
rugged coast, yeah.
Are found with the dinosaur fossil. Scientists discovered the dinosaur preserved in a mudstone layer 3 miles inland and 200 feet above modern sea level at a roadway construction site. This evidence suggests what happened to the dinosaur. Cause of death is unknown, but because the skeleton is partly intact, the dinosaur carcass probably didn't travel very far before sinking into the seafloor. Pulled by the weight of bony armor on its back, the carcass sank with the belly up. You see right there. This is another example of bloat and float, like we talk about.
Well, maybe not. Might not be bloat and float. It might be fell off a cliff and sank. You know? Yeah.
Sharks fed on the carcass. Dinosaur bones provided a surface for shells to attach. A reef community thrived. Mud and sand buried the dinosaur remains beneath sedimentary layers hundreds or thousands of feet deep. Much later, movement of the Earth's crust lifted the 75 million-year-old seafloor above sea level. Erosion followed, making the fossil discovery possible. Yeah.
Anyway, cool stuff. I'm showing you this to highlight the fact that we do have some dinosaurs in California. Not as many as states who are truly blessed dinosaur-wise. States like Utah, Wyoming, Montana. But we've got a couple dinosaurs here. Aletta Pelta, Augustinolophus, We've got a hypsilophodont from Shasta County that somebody might be redescribing sometime soon. Yeah. Yeah. So in trying to get this idea off the ground, I want to expand the museum concept beyond just Pleistocene stuff to be about the fossil history of California in general, because I think it's a really good idea to also have dinosaurs on display. That'll help bring the crowds in. And you need crowds at a museum like this in order to make it financially viable. You know? We want this museum to be self-sustaining. It's going to be really expensive to build in the first place, but we want to be able to say confidently, as we're asking for money, we want to be able to say, hey, you help us get this thing built, and it will be self-sustaining. It will pay for itself. It'll keep going. We just got to get it started, you know? So yeah. Anyhow, and thousands of feet deep ocean nearby. That does make sense based on the fossils that are found around it, Jim. Yeah. I need to read through your whole paper. Read through that thing in its entirety, because it'd be really cool to do a little exhibit on that at the museum in Fremont, eventually. But I'd have to talk to the people at San Diego and see if I might be able to photogrammetrize the big Aletopelta specimen. Maybe scale it down a bit and 3D print it. But, here, Jim, I'll show you. I got a second 3D printer because I'm going to be producing exhibits for the little museum that we've got in Fremont right now. I'm going to be making some dinosaur exhibits for that museum, and I can't wait. Right now, the one on the left, I'm 3D printing a life-size gharial skull, a big one. And we'll be assembling that on tomorrow's stream. Pretty excited about it. Yeah. Anywho. Yeah. And the name means Wandering Shield. Yeah, Aletopelta is a great name. I like it a lot. Jim, do you say Aletopelta or Alitopelta? I want to say I remember you pronouncing it Alitopelta. Alitopelta. Okay, nice. Yeah, it is a great name. I like it a lot. And I like your idea for what it says about migrations up and down the California coast in order to get to eastern Laramidia. Given that there were, you know, the mountains in the way at the time. You couldn't just come straight over from Alaska. You had to go down through California and then back up. It's a neat story. I like that a lot. And I'd love to hear more about that, you know? Anyhow, yeah. So yeah, that's the big announcement, everybody. Do we have anybody here in the chat who hasn't seen the video yet? I've played it twice so far on stream. The big announcement video. Give me a 3 in the chat if you haven't seen it yet and you want to see it. Or if you have seen it and you want to see it again. Give me a 3 in the chat. We'll see. Okay, we're getting some 3s. Danold82. Well, you're new here. That settles it. We'll do it. Yeah. Here we go. This is my big announcement. I've been sitting on this for over a year at this point, and I just got permission last week to finally be able to share this. I've been so excited about this for over a year now, and here it is. Here's this big project that I've been engaged with.
Within the hills of eastern Fremont lurk ancient wonders which few people are aware of. While Fremont today is known for its residential areas and its contributions to the tech industry, I'm gonna go check on something. I'll be right back. It's not usually known for is fossils. And hang on. Oh, people have got ads. Hang on. We'll wait another minute because some people aren't subscribed and they're seeing ads right now. Okay. I'll type in the chat. 38 seconds. I'm not running for Senator Carnotaurus. No, I don't have that kind of money. Shoot. Here we go. 18 seconds now. Enrico, this is very true. Yeah, good advice. 4, 3, 2, 1, and we're back. Okay, great. Racodactylus was offering some very helpful advice. Did you know that if you subscribe, you don't get ads? True. All right. Here we go. Just for all of you who are stuck behind the ad right there, start this thing over for you. Here is a video that I produced back in May for this project. Yeah, with the hopes of sending this to government officials, moneyed individuals, the governor of California himself. Here's the video that I put together. Within the hills of eastern Fremont lurk ancient wonders which few people are aware of. I'll be right back. While Fremont today is known for its residential areas and its contributions to the tech industry, what it's not usually known for is fossils. As paleontologists, we'd like to change that. Because believe it or not, one of the world's great fossil sites is right here in Fremont. Back in the Pleistocene, California was home to a spectacular menagerie of creatures. At that time, the San Francisco Bay was dry land, a river valley ruled over by saber-toothed cats, 10-foot-tall camels, ground sloths the size of a car, and Columbian mammoths even larger than today's elephants. There's Lisa
right
from
here
the
in
museum.
California. These large animals roaming around, it gives an entirely different perspective on life in California.
Which brings us here. The name Irvington might not mean much to most people, but any paleontologists watching right now are doing this. That's because the Irvington district of Fremont lent its name to an entire land mammal age, the Irvingtonian.
So here we're at actually a spot that's considered a type locality. That means the assemblages of fossils that we find here is so distinct that other places in North America use it as a reference point.
This unique fossil assemblage was first discovered via unconventional means during World War II. There you go, Ken. Yeah.
Break of day, they're off and away.
When men of fighting age were shipping out overseas, a group of school children, led by local teacher Wes Gordon, made a remarkable discovery at Fremont's Bell Quarry. There, in the gravel pit, they found thousands of fossils. They would go there every Saturday, uncovering the bones of horses, camels, ground sloths, mammoths, saber-toothed cats, and other Ice Age mammals. The young fossil hunters gained national attention when Life magazine featured their exploits, christening them the Boy Paleontologists. Yep.
The story they published followed in, that was December the 10th, 1945. The war had ended, and so this was important. What did our youth do during the war?
What they did was to discover a unique paleofauna, one that would form the basis for the whole Irvingtonian land mammal age, known to paleontologists the world over. Paleontological work at this exceptional site would continue, yielding ever more important fossils through the 1950s.
Until an event that would break the hearts of the boy paleontologists. The Bell Quarry was unceremoniously leveled to make way for Interstate 680. Yep. And while the specimens discovered there now reside in several museums throughout the Bay Area, one of the world's great fossil sites is now entombed beneath a freeway, with no part of it accessible to paleontologists ever since. Or so everyone assumed.
I think a lot of this is topsoil here. There's like some more kind of consolidated material like right around here-ish.
Mm-hmm. There's Gaetano Palazzo there. While our crew was exploring the Irvington gravels next to the freeway, we started finding fossils.
Yeah,
There's Althea.
digging here in the
She's
stream.
collections manager at the
I just
museum.
dug straight down, found this little camel tooth. So specifically, this is a bottom tooth. So on the bottom teeth, you'll see this kind of like W-shaped pattern here, and that's how you can tell it's a camel.
We got a little piece of rib bone right here.
And then you'll see this side. This is a spine.
That freeway didn't ruin everything. By studying aerial maps and historical photos, our team has been able to rediscover some prime spots which remain untouched. Spots where, just under the surface, Irvington's fossil wonders are still waiting to be discovered. How's the volume, by the way? It sounds way too loud in my ear, but people before were complaining that it was too quiet, so that's why I turned it up. It's good?
Growing up in the
Okay.
Bay Area, I always knew I loved fossils and wanted to be a paleontologist.
Thanks,
and
everybody.
what's really kind of sad is I didn't realize there were fossils pretty much at my back door my entire life. I could have been going on these adventures and seeing what was out there. So being able to share this really special spot that's not only a type locality but really rich in fossil material, being able to share that with everyone, I think is an important thing to do.
By now, you probably know what we're getting at. The Bay Area has an economy larger than that of Saudi Arabia. There's a ton of money here. A population of 8 million people. A lot of people here. And we have one of the world's premier fossil sites. Excellent fossils. And yet, we do not have a public fossil museum. Yeah, now is the time to change that. This is the place to do it. Our vision is this: an active dig site where paleontologists continue to excavate these Irvingtonian fossils, and the public can watch or join in. A world-class museum on site walks visitors through the fossil history of California and showcases the specimens collected from Irvington. Like the La Brea Tar Pits or Dinosaur National Monument, this place would become a destination for people of all ages, but particularly for students from across the Bay Area and beyond. And with a new BART station already planned for construction just blocks away, the museum
So
and dig
close
site together have the
to
potential
the site.
to become one of the most visited attractions in the region, a boon for tourism, for local pride, for science, and for STEM education in the Bay Area. We can make this happen, but we need your help. There you go. That's the idea. That's the big announcement. We're working on this. And for those of you who just showed up a little while ago, we've been continuing to dig there since, what, April? We're finding more and more fossils. The plan at this point is to start bringing in VIPs, donors, members of the community to drum up enthusiasm and start earning some money, start asking for donations so that we can continue our work there. Get some media attention, get some popular enthusiasm, so eventually we can roll that into getting this museum built. And part of that is part of that is enhancing this little museum that already exists there. It's under the auspices of the Math Science Nucleus in Fremont. Some of those fossils from the boy paleontologists are already on display in this little tiny museum with homemade exhibits there in Fremont. This is our springboard for the larger museum project. We can bring people through here. We can tell the story of the boy paleontologists of the Irvingtonian type locality, the Ice Age mammals of the San Francisco Bay Area. We can get them excited about the idea of a large proper museum with a collections, with an active field program, and with the kinds of displays that you can bring huge groups of visitors through. There's already a few very tiny dinosaur exhibits in this museum, but many of them are very much out of date. Currently working on designing and producing some slightly more professional dinosaur exhibits with a lot of different 3D printed elements. That's why I got that second 3D printer. That's why I've been producing these things that are way too big to fit in my office. Things like the Edmontosaurus skull. Let me go grab that real quick. Hang on. There we go. Everybody was asking me, Danny, why are you producing these giant 3D prints like this? They don't fit in your office. What are you doing? It's with the hopes that they'll go into the Children's Natural History Museum of Fremont here. And, yeah, kind of help pave the way for this new museum. We can get people in the Bay Area more excited about fossils. We can raise the profile of this project, and we can get this thing off the ground. So that's what I've been so excited about recently, and so happy I've finally been able to share this with everybody, you know? Yeah. Anyway, and DM Wing jokes, so you're saying this little museum is tricking you into revamping their displays? If anything, it would be the opposite. They got a grant recently, and I'm gonna be paid a fair price in order to be able to produce these displays. I'm very excited about that. It's gonna put food on my table. So yeah. And that's at Montosaurus and Ectens there, Cribson. Yeah, from the Hell Creek. Yeah. Anyway, will you be doing any streams setting up displays at the museum, Nazoon? Hopefully, yes. Not just that, but when we actually go out and do excavations. Here we go. When we do excavations here, I might be able to stream that too. That's kind of the idea, is one of the ways that we can help get the word out is doing live streams on site. So I'm pretty excited about that, and hopefully you'll be seeing a lot more of this in the coming year. So more field streams, you know, half hour's drive from where I live, you know? It's gonna be awesome. It's going to be awesome. And we'll also be working on some of these displays for the Children's Natural History Museum. We'll be working on some of those live on stream too. Doing more 3D printing, doing some digital sculpting, doing some painting of exhibits, putting together, you know, information for the displays, coming up with placards and text, and doing 2D illustrations and all kinds of stuff. There's a lot to look forward to, so I'm very, very excited about that. Yeah. Anyhow. And Dangerous Button says, I bet that region is much more friendly for attempts at year-round digs too. Oh yeah. doesn't snow here. So yeah. I'm pretty excited. I'm pretty excited. So anyway, I'm excited, but I'm also kind of exhausted at this point. All this exuberance does take it out of me a little bit, and I've got other stuff related to this project that I've got to get done tonight too. So about half an hour early today, we're gonna wrap things up. So let's go ahead and do that. But thank you to everybody whose names are showing up here in our credits presently. There we go. Let's see who else is here on Twitch right now, and we'll pass the raid love along here. Who else is doing some science, maybe? Thank you so much to Kit Boga and all of his wonderful raiders, so many of whom followed. Holy cow. This was phenomenal, and I really appreciate it. Let's see. What's Uo's lab up to right now? Let's go right into Uo's lab, who is very frequently at the top of the science and technology rankings here. Yeah. And let me change things so that we are in the science and technology category too. There we go. Good stuff. Thank you everybody. Moderators, thank you for helping deal with that huge influx of new chatters. Thank you to Kit Boger for that phenomenal raid. 3,149 people. Thank you to subscribers and resubscribers, cheerers and gifters, everybody who supports these broadcasts financially. I could not do this without your generosity, so thank you very, very much for that. Thank you everybody for your enthusiasm about this new project, and thanks for your patience over the past year. When I told you I couldn't tell you about this yet, thank you for being patient so we could make this big announcement, and I'm really happy you're as excited about this as I am. It's, oh man, so many cool things coming up. Anyway, all of you take care. We're gonna go right into Uo's lab, and I will see you there. All right. Thanks again. Bye-bye, everybody.